Volume 1, The Execution I Never Got. Chapter 1, The Death That Didn't Count. The blade fell. A flash of cold steel cut through the air. Then, darkness. Absolute darkness. Leon waited. Any second now, the familiar system notification would appear. He had spent over 300 years wandering through different worlds, dying again and again in pursuit of a single goal: freedom. 9 legendary deaths. One more to go. Just one more. Then he could finally return home. A translucent blue screen appeared before him. Leon smiled. Finally. The smile lasted less than a second. Error detected. Leon froze. No. No. The screen flickered. Reviewing death qualification. IS. Review complete. Result? Failed. Leon stared blankly. His brain stopped working. For a long moment, the endless void remained silent. Then he exploded. Failed? His voice echoed throughout the darkness. I was executed. The blue screen remained emotionless. Death does not qualify as a legendary death. Reason: Imperial execution order was influenced by court factions. Execution was not solely the Emperor's will. Requirements not met. Leon felt his soul leave his body. Then he remembered. His body was already gone. You can't be serious. Correction applied. A new screen appeared. Leon's eyes widened. Legendary deaths completed. 8 out of 10. The void shook. You took one away? For the first time in centuries, Leon completely lost control. I earned that. I got beheaded. I even thanked the Emperor. I died. Complaint rejected. Of course it is. Leon grabbed his hair. 300 years. 300 years of fighting wars, surviving political schemes, climbing mountains, crossing deserts, and dying in increasingly ridiculous ways. He had finally reached 9 legendary deaths. Now the system had reduced him back to 8. The screen continued. Current progress. Legendary deaths, 8 out of 10. Current life, 10. Status, deceased. Leon's eye twitched. Wait. Current life, 10? The screen changed. Current life ending. Initiating life 11. Life 11? His voice cracked. How many lives do I even have? Access denied. I knew you'd say that. The darkness began twisting around him. A giant vortex formed in the void. Leon immediately felt danger. Whenever this happened, he was about to be thrown into another world. No! The pull intensified. No! His soul started sliding toward the vortex. Wait! I haven't finished arguing! The system ignored him. As usual. Selecting destination. Destination confirmed. World: Tian Empire. Era: Founding Year. Target individual: Emperor Jiaolong. Primary requirement: obtain a personal imperial execution order. Additional restriction: actions must not seriously harm the Empire. Leon stopped struggling. Then blinked. Then blinked again. Wait. A slow smile appeared on his face. Did you say Founding Emperor? Affirmative. Leon's smile grew wider. Founding Emperors were special. Every Founding Emperor in history shared 3 characteristics: paranoia, ruthlessness, hatred of corruption, especially corruption. Suddenly, the vortex swallowed him. The world shattered. His consciousness fell endlessly through light and darkness. The last thing he heard was the system's voice. Beginning life 11. Pain. A splitting headache. Leon opened his eyes. The first thing he saw was a straw roof. The second thing he saw was a spider. The third thing he saw was a crying woman. NR. The woman threw herself toward him. Leon instinctively dodged. Unfortunately, his new body was weak. Very weak. He immediately fell off the bed. Thud. The room fell silent. A middle-aged farmer rushed over. NR, are you all right? Leon sat on the dirt floor. His head hurt, his back hurt, everything hurt. He looked around. Small mud house, wooden furniture, poor family, ancient world. Again, the familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Host, Leon. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 810. Location, Tian Empire. Status, healthy. Obtain 2 additional legendary deaths. Current objective, receive a personal execution order from Emperor Jiaolong. Restriction, do not seriously harm the Empire. Reward upon completion, return to modern Earth. Leon stared at the screen. Then he laughed. The laughter frightened his new parents. Their son had just recovered from a fever. Now he was laughing at nothing. Clearly, something had gone wrong. Meanwhile, Leon was thinking about only one thing. Emperor Jiaolong, the founder of the Tian Empire, a man famous for executing corrupt officials without mercy. A ruthless ruler, a terrifying ruler, a perfect ruler. Slowly, Leon stood up. A plan was already forming in his mind. If Jiaolong hated corruption, then becoming corrupt was easy. Very easy. He would become the most corrupt official in history. He would embezzle mountains of silver, accept outrageous bribes, write shameless confessions, force the emperor to execute him personally. Leon looked toward the distant capital. A grin spread across his face. Your Majesty, you just founded your empire. Congratulations. Then his grin widened. Now please, execute me as soon as possible. Far away, inside the imperial palace, Emperor Jiaolong suddenly paused in the middle of reviewing state documents. For some reason, he felt as though a disaster had just been born somewhere within his empire. And for once, he was absolutely right. H2, Chapter 2, The Perfect Plan. The morning sun rose over Willow Creek Village. Roosters crowed, dogs barked. Farmers headed toward the fields, carrying hoes and baskets. It was an ordinary day, at least for everyone except Leon. He sat outside his family's small mud house, staring at the distant horizon with a serious expression. His parents watched nervously from inside. Ever since recovering from his fever yesterday, their son had been acting strangely. Very strangely. Sometimes he laughed to himself. Sometimes he muttered things like, execution, corruption, promotion equals failure. Neither of them had the slightest idea what it meant. At that moment, Leon was engaged in the most important activity of his new life, planning how to get executed. After an entire night of thinking, he finally reached a conclusion. His previous failures all had one thing in common. He had aimed too high too quickly. In one life he became a prince and got caught in succession politics. In another, he became a famous general and accidentally saved an empire. In another, he started a rebellion hoping to be executed. Instead, he won. That had been a particularly embarrassing life. This time, he needed a proper strategy. A foolproof strategy. Leon picked up a stick and began drawing in the dirt. Step 1. Become an official. Step 2. Become corrupt. Step 3. Get executed. He nodded. Simple, elegant, perfect. Then he paused. There was one tiny problem. He was currently a 15-year-old farmer. A very poor farmer. A very poor farmer who couldn't even afford decent shoes. Leon stared at his patched clothing. Right. Perhaps there should be a step 0. Become an official first. Just then his father walked over carrying a basket. Honor? Leon looked up. What is it, father? His father hesitated. The village teacher asked about you. The teacher, he heard your fever is gone. Lian suddenly remembered. In ancient China, the path to becoming an official was through the imperial examinations. Scholar, county official, magistrate, minister, and eventually, corrupt official. His eyes lit up. This was it. The beginning of his plan. Father? Can our family afford books? The question surprised the older man. Books were expensive. Very expensive. For poor farmers like them, buying books was almost impossible. His father's expression darkened. Not many. Leon nodded. That was expected. His mother emerged from the house. If Honor wants to study, we'll find a way. His father looked shocked. Wife, books cost silver. We'll save. We barely have enough grain for winter. We'll save anyway. The couple began arguing. Leon quietly watched them. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt something unfamiliar. Warmth. These people genuinely cared about him. Even though he wasn't their original son, even though they were poor, his mother was willing to sacrifice her comfort so he could study. His father was already calculating how many extra hours he could work. Leon looked away. 300 years of reincarnation had made him many things. Cynical, clever, patient. But moments like this still affected him. Fortunately, he quickly remembered his mission. Execution first, emotions later. He stood up. Father, mother, the arguing stopped. I'll become an official. His parents blinked. Leon continued. Not just an official, the greatest official in the empire. His mother smiled proudly. His father laughed. Neither noticed the second half of the sentence Leanne whispered under his breath. And also the most corrupt. 3 months later, Willow Creek Village School. The elderly teacher adjusted his spectacles, then adjusted them again, then a third time. He suspected his eyes were failing. There was no other explanation, because the answer sheet before him was impossible. Absolutely impossible. The teacher looked up. Across the room sat Leanne, calm, relaxed, bored even. The teacher swallowed. Leanne? Yes, teacher. Did you memorize this? No. Did someone help you? No. Then how do you know the answer? Leanne nearly laughed. How? Because he had spent over 3 centuries learning. He had passed imperial examinations in 3 different worlds. He had served as a scholar, minister, and royal advisor. Compared to that, village-level lessons were easier than counting chickens. The teacher stared at him for a long moment, then suddenly stood. Genius! The old man's shout startled everyone. The classroom erupted. What happened? Did Leanne do something? The teacher ignored them. His hands trembled with excitement. A village genius. A genuine genius. If nurtured properly, this child could enter the Imperial Academy. Perhaps even the capital. Perhaps even the court itself. The teacher grabbed Leanne's shoulders. Study. Study with everything you have. The future of this village rests on you. Leanne nodded seriously. Of course he would study. How else was he supposed to become corrupt? That night, Leanne sat beneath the stars. A blue screen appeared before him. HR. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Current progress. Survived reincarnation. Survived path to officialdom. Next objective. Pass the imperial examination. Leon frowned. I never ask you to track my progress. The system remained silent. As usual. Leon sighed, then looked toward the distant capital. Somewhere beyond the mountains, beyond the rivers, beyond countless cities, Emperor Xiaolong sat upon the dragon throne, waiting, unaware, completely unaware. Leon smiled. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll be there soon." His smile widened. "And when I arrive," the night breeze carried away his words, "you'll definitely want to execute me." Far away in the capital, Emperor Zhao Long suddenly sneezed for the second time in 2 days. The emperor frowned. Strange. For some reason he felt increasingly uneasy, as though someone, somewhere in his empire, was plotting something truly ridiculous. Chapter 3. The Young Scholar. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. The Tian Empire grew stronger with each passing year. Emperor Zhao Long consolidated his rule. Rebellions were crushed. Roads were rebuilt. The wounds of war slowly healed. Meanwhile, in Willow Creek Village, a monster had appeared. Perfect score. The county examiner stared at the paper in disbelief. Again, another perfect score. Across the examination hall, 18-year-old Lian yawned lazily. The examiner's eye twitched. Everyone else was sweating nervously. Some candidates were praying. Others were nearly crying. Meanwhile, the person who had just achieved the perfect score looked as though he wanted to take a nap. "Lian, yes? Do you know how difficult this examination was?" Lian nodded. "A little. A little." The examiner nearly coughed blood. The questions had been difficult enough to make experienced scholars struggle. Yet this young man had finished in less than half the allotted time. The examiner took a deep breath, then asked the question that had been bothering him for years. "What exactly do you wish to achieve through scholarship?" The hall immediately fell silent. All the candidates listened carefully. Some wanted fame, others wanted wealth. Many sought to bring honor to their ancestors. Surely a genius like Lian had some grand ambition. Lian thought for a moment, then answered honestly, "I want to get executed." Silence. Absolute silence. The examiner blinked, the candidates blinked, even the birds outside seemed confused. Lian quickly realized his mistake. His brain worked at lightning speed. Execute corruption. The room collectively sighed in relief. The examiner nodded approvingly. Excellent answer. Leon secretly wiped away cold sweat. That had been close. Very close. Several months later, county examination results day. The streets were packed. Hundreds of families waited anxiously outside the government office. For commoners, passing the examination could change an entire family's fate. The official responsible for announcing the results stepped onto the platform. The crowd immediately quieted. "First place," his voice echoed throughout the square. "Leon of Willow Creek Village." The crowd exploded. Cheers erupted everywhere. Leon's parents nearly fainted from happiness. His mother cried openly. His father laughed so hard he could barely stand. As for Leon, he was calculating how many years remained until he could become corrupt. Probably too many. That night, Willow Creek Village celebrated. Villagers filled the roads carrying lanterns. Children ran through the streets. Even the village elder personally arrived to congratulate him. "Scholar Lee, future official Lee, don't forget us when you become a great man." Leon smiled politely. Of course he wouldn't forget them. These people had treated him well. And according to the system rules, he wasn't allowed to harm the empire. That included innocent people. He would need to find another method. A smarter method. A corruption method. As the celebration continued, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Current progress, village education completed, county examination passed. New objective, pass the provincial examination. Leon frowned. I still didn't ask for a quest log. The system ignored him, as always. 1 month later, provincial capital. For the first time in this life, Leon left his home county. The moment he entered the city gates, he was shocked. Not because the city was impressive. After living through 10 lifetimes, very little surprised him. No, what shocked him was how poor it looked. The roads were uneven, drainage systems were terrible, many buildings were old and damaged. Beggars could be seen on several streets. Leon frowned. This was a provincial capital, one of the most important cities in the empire. It shouldn't look like this. As he walked through the city, he began noticing more problems. Taxes were inefficient. Transportation was inefficient. Trade routes were inefficient. Almost everything was inefficient. By modern standards, the entire system was a disaster. Suddenly, a dangerous thought appeared in his mind. A very dangerous thought. What if he stopped walking? No. The thought persisted. What if I fix these problems? Leon immediately slapped himself. The nearby pedestrians stared at him strangely. He ignored them. No fixing things. Absolutely no fixing things. Fixing things leads to success. Success leads to promotions. Promotions lead away from execution. His logic was flawless. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. The provincial examination lasted 3 days. Thousands of candidates participated. Many emerged exhausted. Some emerged crying. One candidate fainted before finishing. Leon, however, spent most of the examination thinking about corruption. Specifically, efficient corruption. His previous lives had taught him an important lesson. Petty corruption wasn't enough. If he wanted an emperor's personal execution order, he needed something legendary, historic, unprecedented. He needed to become so corrupt that future generations would write books about him. The thought made him smile. Meanwhile, several examiners were reading his answer sheets. The more they read, the paler they became. One examiner rubbed his eyes. Another reread the paper 3 times. A third stood up in shock. Impossible. What is it? The first examiner pointed at the essay. He proposed tax reforms. So? They would increase revenue by nearly 40%. Silence. Another examiner flipped pages. Look at this. He redesigned grain transportation routes. The room fell silent again. The third examiner finally spoke. This candidate, he swallowed hard. He proposed a nationwide budget surplus. This candidate is on a different level. He stopped walking. No. The thought persisted. What if I fix these problems? Leon immediately slapped himself. The nearby pedestrians stared at him strangely. He ignored them. No fixing things. Absolutely no fixing things. Fixing things leads to success. Success leads to promotions. Promotions lead away from execution. His logic was flawless. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. The provincial examination lasted 3 days. Thousands of candidates participated. Many emerged exhausted. Some emerged crying. One candidate fainted before finishing. Leon, however, spent most of the examination thinking about corruption. Specifically, efficient corruption. His previous lives had taught him an important lesson. Petty corruption wasn't enough. If he wanted an emperor's personal execution order, he needed something legendary, historic, unprecedented. He needed to become so corrupt that future generations would write books about him. The thought made him smile. Meanwhile, several examiners were reading his answer sheets. The more they read, the paler they became. One examiner rubbed his eyes. Another reread the paper 3 times. A third stood up in shock. Impossible. What is it? The first examiner pointed at the essay. He proposed tax reforms. So, they would increase revenue by nearly 40%. Silence. Another examiner flipped pages. Look at this. He redesigned grain transportation routes. The room fell silent again. The third examiner finally spoke. This candidate. He swallowed hard. This candidate has proposed an unprecedented reform package. He might actually change the course of the dynasty. He stopped walking. No. The thought persisted. What if I fix these problems? Leon immediately slapped himself. The nearby pedestrians stared at him strangely. He ignored them. No fixing things. Absolutely no fixing things. Fixing things leads to success. Success leads to promotions. Promotions lead away from execution. His logic was flawless. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. The provincial examination lasted 3 days. Thousands of candidates participated. Many emerged exhausted. Some emerged crying. One candidate fainted before finishing. Leon, however, spent most of the examination thinking about corruption. Specifically, efficient corruption. His previous lives had taught him an important lesson. Petty corruption wasn't enough. If he wanted an emperor's personal execution order, he needed something legendary, historic, unprecedented. He needed to become so corrupt that future generations would write books about him. The thought made him smile. Meanwhile, several examiners were reading his answer sheets. The more they read, the paler they became. One examiner rubbed his eyes. Another reread the paper 3 times. A third stood up in shock. Impossible. What is it? The first examiner pointed at the essay. He proposed tax reforms. So, they would increase revenue by nearly 40%. Silence. Another examiner flipped pages. Look at this. He redesigned grain transportation routes. The room fell silent again. The third examiner finally spoke. This candidate. He swallowed hard. This candidate might shift the entire paradigm of imperial governance. He stopped walking. No. The thought persisted. What if I fix these problems? Leon immediately slapped himself. The nearby pedestrians stared at him strangely. He ignored them. No fixing things. Absolutely no fixing things. Fixing things leads to success. Success leads to promotions. Promotions lead away from execution. His logic was flawless. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. The provincial examination lasted 3 days. Thousands of candidates participated. Many emerged exhausted. Some emerged crying. One candidate fainted before finishing. Leon, however, spent most of the examination thinking about corruption. Specifically, efficient corruption. His previous lives had taught him an important lesson. Petty corruption wasn't enough. If he wanted an emperor's personal execution order, he needed something legendary, historic, unprecedented. He needed to become so corrupt that future generations would write books about him. The thought made him smile. Meanwhile, several examiners were reading his answer sheets. The more they read, the paler they became. One examiner rubbed his eyes. Another reread the paper 3 times. A third stood up in shock. Impossible. What is it? The first examiner pointed at the essay. He proposed tax reforms. So, they would increase revenue by nearly 40%. Silence. Another examiner flipped pages. Look at this. He redesigned grain transportation routes. The room fell silent again. The third examiner finally spoke. This candidate has proposed an unprecedented reform package. He might actually change the course of the dynasty. He stopped walking. No. The thought persisted. What if I fix these problems? Leon immediately slapped himself. The nearby pedestrians stared at him strangely. He ignored them. No fixing things. Absolutely no fixing things. Fixing things leads to success. Success leads to promotions. Promotions lead away from execution. His logic was flawless. Unfortunately, destiny had other plans. Is a monster. Far away in his lodging, Leon sneezed. He suddenly felt uneasy, as though something terrible had happened. Unfortunately, his instincts were correct. For the first time since entering the examination system, his answers had attracted attention. The wrong kind of attention. The kind that eventually reached the imperial court. And when that happened, everything would begin to change. Chapter 4. First place in the empire. The provincial examination results were announced 3 days later. Thousands of candidates gathered before the examination office. Some prayed. Some trembled. Some looked ready to faint. Leon looked ready to sleep. He leaned against a tree while chewing on a meat bun. A nearby scholar couldn't help but ask, "Brother, are you not nervous?" Leon swallowed. "No." The scholar stared. "This examination determines our future." Leon nodded. "Exactly." The scholar became even more confused. If anything, Leon hoped he would fail. Passing meant becoming an official. Becoming an official meant years of hard work before he could become properly corrupt. Failure meant going home and sleeping. Unfortunately, Heaven clearly hated him. The official responsible for the results stepped onto the platform. The crowd immediately fell silent. A golden scroll was unrolled. The official took a deep breath, then shouted, "First place." Everyone straightened. Leon of Willow Creek Village. The world froze. The crowd exploded. "What? First place? The countryside boy? Impossible." Even Leon nearly choked on his bun. "First?" The official continued reading. But Leon stopped listening. "First place? How?" He had intentionally written half the answers carelessly. Carelessly by his standards. Unfortunately, 3 centuries of accumulated knowledge apparently looked like divine wisdom to everyone else. Before he could escape, dozens of scholars surrounded him. "Brother Lee, teach us. How did you do it?" Leon wanted to tell them the truth. "Because I accidentally spent 300 years studying." Instead, he simply smiled. "Hard work." The surrounding scholars almost vomited blood. Hard work. The man finished half an hour early every day. What hard work? Meanwhile, capital city, imperial palace, inside the hall of governance, Emperor Zhao Long sat upon the dragon throne. The atmosphere was tense. Ministers stood in perfect rows. No one dared speak without permission. At that moment, Minister Sun Rong stepped forward. "Your Majesty." "What is it?" "We have received the provincial examination results." The emperor nodded. Normally he wouldn't care. Provincial scholars appeared every year. Most became ordinary officials. Very few were exceptional. Sun Rong continued. "This year's top candidate is unusual." That caught the emperor's attention. "Oh?" The minister handed over several documents. "These are his examination papers." Zhao Long began reading. The first page, his expression remained calm. The second page, his eyebrows rose slightly. The third page, he sat upright. The fourth page, he stopped reading entirely. Silence filled the hall. The ministers exchanged nervous glances. Anyone who knew the emperor understood something important. The more interested he was. Finally, Zhao Long looked up. "Who wrote this?" "Leon, Your Majesty." "A scholar?" "Yes." The emperor glanced back at the papers. The candidate proposed methods to increase tax efficiency, reduce corruption, improve grain transportation, expand agricultural output, and strengthen local administration. Some suggestions were so innovative that even senior ministers had never considered them. The emperor narrowed his eyes. "A genius?" Sun Rong hesitated. "Possibly." The emperor smiled. "A rare sight. Extremely rare. I want him." The entire court froze. Every minister understood what those words meant. The emperor had taken an interest. Someone's future was about to change. Several weeks later, Leon arrived at the capital. The moment he entered the city gates, he was stunned. Now this looked like an imperial capital. Massive walls, bustling markets, countless merchants, thousands of soldiers. The city was larger than anything he had seen in this life. But even then, his first thought was, the drainage system is terrible. He immediately slapped himself. "No." A passerby stared. Leon ignored him. No fixing things. No helping the empire. No being useful. His goal remained clear. Corruption, execution, home. Anything else was a distraction. At that moment, a luxurious carriage rolled past. The crowd immediately moved aside. "Make way! Make way!" Leon stepped back. The carriage window briefly opened. Inside sat a beautiful young woman dressed in elegant silk robes. For a split second their eyes met. The woman looked surprised. Leon looked confused. Then the carriage continued onward. He shrugged and continued walking. Meanwhile, inside the carriage, the young woman frowned. "Interesting," she said. A maid beside her blinked. "Your Highness?" The woman smiled slightly. "That scholar, the one standing by the road. What about him?" "He didn't recognize me." The maid nearly laughed. The entire capital knew who she was. Princess Zhao Ning, the emperor's favorite daughter. Countless young nobles dreamed of meeting her. Yet the scholar they had just passed looked completely uninterested. The princess looked out the window. For some reason, she felt that this strange scholar would become important. Very important. That night, Leon entered the imperial examination compound. Tomorrow would begin the final stage, the metropolitan examination, the gateway to officialdom, the final hurdle before entering government service. Leon sat alone in his room. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 810. Current objective, pass the metropolitan examination. Progress, 98%. Leon frowned. Why does that number exist? The system remained silent, as usual. He sighed and lay down. Tomorrow was important, not because he wanted success, but because success brought him one step closer to becoming an official, and becoming an official brought him one step closer to becoming corrupt, and becoming corrupt brought him one step closer to execution. Leon smiled happily. Everything was finally proceeding according to plan. Far away, inside the imperial palace, Emperor Zhao Long was reading Leon's examination papers for the third time. The emperor nodded repeatedly. A genius. Then he smiled. I look forward to meeting him. At that exact moment, Leon sneezed. A sense of danger suddenly washed over him. For some reason, he felt as though someone was plotting against him. Unfortunately for him, he was absolutely right. Chapter 5. The Worst Magistrate. The metropolitan examination lasted 7 days. For 7 days, thousands of scholars battled with brush and ink. Some emerged exhausted, some emerged confident, some emerged broken. Leon emerged hungry. The moment he left the examination hall, his first thought wasn't about his results. It was food. The second was sleep. The third was execution. As for the examination itself, he had already forgotten most of it. After all, he had intentionally left several questions incomplete. Surely that would lower his ranking. Unfortunately, the examiners disagreed. 10 days later, Imperial Palace, the Hall of Supreme Governance. A heated argument was underway. Impossible! Minister Sun Rong slammed a paper onto the table. No scholar should receive such a score. Across from him, the chief examiner frowned. And yet he did. Sun Rong gritted his teeth. For the past week, every examiner had been talking about one person. Leon. Leon this, Leon that, Leon's policies, Leon's essays, Leon's strategies. It was driving him insane. The chief examiner calmly pushed another document forward. Read the answer. Sun Rong reluctantly complied. A few moments later, his face changed. Then changed again. Then changed a third time. The essay was brilliant. Disgustingly brilliant. Even he couldn't find fault with it. Who exactly is this boy? The chief examiner smiled. A monster. 1 day later, the examination rankings were announced. The entire capital erupted. First place, Lian. Again, not county first, not provincial first, imperial first. The highest score in the entire empire. The title of Scholar Champion. The honor every scholar dreamed of. The glory every family desired. The achievement that could change a person's destiny forever. When the announcement reached Lian, he sat frozen. Then he looked at the sky. Why? Nearby scholars celebrated wildly. Leon looked as though someone had informed him of a funeral. A scholar beside him laughed. Brother Li, you became champion. Aren't you happy? Leon forced a smile. Very. Inside, he was screaming. First place? How was he supposed to become corrupt now? Everyone would be watching him. The emperor would know his name. The court would know his name. The entire empire would know his name. This made corruption significantly harder, and getting executed significantly more complicated. 3 days later, the imperial audience. The grand hall was magnificent. Golden dragons adorned massive pillars. Rows of ministers stood silently. At the very center sat Emperor Zhao Long, the founder of the Tian dynasty, the most powerful man in the world. Lian stood among the successful candidates. For the first time in his life, he finally met the man who would someday execute him. Lian's eyes sparkled. The emperor noticed. Interesting. Most scholars trembled before him. This one looked excited. Very excited. Zhao Long spoke. "You are Lian?" "Yes, your majesty." The emperor studied him carefully. Young, calm, intelligent, and strangely cheerful. "I have read your examination papers." Lian felt danger. Whenever an emperor complimented someone, trouble followed. "You have talent." "Danger. Serious danger." "Thank you, your majesty." The emperor nodded, then delivered the sentence that changed everything. "I hereby appoint Lian as county magistrate of Yan County." The hall erupted. Many ministers looked shocked. Yan County? The frontier county? That place was infamous. Poor, remote, backward. Many officials avoided it like the plague. Even Lian blinked. His eyes lit up. A poor county. A remote county. A forgotten county. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Nobody would pay attention to him there. He could finally begin his corruption plan. The emperor noticed his expression. Most officials would be disappointed by such an assignment. Lian looked delighted. Strange. Very strange. After the audience ended, Princess Xiaoning approached her father. "Father." The emperor smiled slightly. "What is it?" "That scholar." "Lian?" She nodded. He looked happy. The emperor laughed. He did. The princess frowned. Why would someone be happy to be sent to Yan County? The emperor became thoughtful. That was an excellent question. Yan County was one of the poorest counties in the empire. Most people would consider the appointment a punishment. Yet Lian had looked genuinely pleased. It was exactly what he wanted. The emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. Interesting. Very interesting. 2 months later, the road to Yan County. Lian sat atop a horse while reviewing maps. The more he read, the happier he became. Population, low. Tax revenue, low. Imperial oversight, minimal. Distance from capital, extremely far. This wasn't a county. It was paradise. A paradise for corruption. His future unfolded before his eyes. Step 1, arrive. Step 2, steal money. Step 3, confess. Step 4, execution. Beautiful, elegant, perfect. Suddenly a system notification appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. New position, County Magistrate of Yan County. Current objective, obtain a personal execution order from Emperor Zhao Long. Success probability, unknown. Lian smiled confidently. Unknown? He laughed. More like inevitable. The system remained silent for some reason. It seemed unwilling to comment. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, the residents of Yan County were preparing to welcome their new magistrate. They had no idea what was coming. Neither did Lian. Because fate had a sense of humor. The county he viewed as the perfect place to become history's greatest corrupt official would soon become the foundation of his greatest disaster. His success. Chapter 6. The First Silver Tail. The carriage rolled slowly toward Yan County. Lian sat inside with a smile on his face. For the first time since arriving in the Tian Empire, Everything was going according to plan. A remote county, minimal supervision, poor administration, the perfect breeding ground for corruption. At last, he stretched comfortably. A peaceful life of embezzlement awaits. The old steward traveling with him nearly fell off his horse. What kind of official looked forward to a poor county this much? 3 days later, the walls of Yan County appeared on the horizon. Lian looked outside, then blinked again. The walls were terrible. Several sections were damaged. Weeds grew between the stones. The watchtower leaned slightly to one side. The road leading to the city was little more than packed dirt. Lian nodded approvingly. Excellent. The steward stared. Excellent. The place looked ready to collapse. Lian, however, was thrilled. A rich county would be difficult to loot. A poor county offered endless opportunities. The poorer it was now, the more silver he could mismanage later. County government office. The previous magistrate practically ran away. After a brief handover ceremony, he climbed into a carriage and disappeared before sunset. Lian watched him leave. Interesting. The chief clerk sighed. Your Excellency. What? The previous magistrate only lasted 6 months. Why? The clerk hesitated, then answered honestly. No money. Lian froze. No money? No money. The county treasury. Empty. The emergency reserve. Empty. The grain reserve. Mostly empty. The construction fund. Also empty. Lian stared. This was bad. Very bad. How could he embezzle money that didn't exist? For the first time since arriving, he felt genuine panic. That night he personally inspected the treasury. The entire room contained 3 boxes, 7 silver taels, a broken chair. Lian nearly cried. This is a county treasury? The chief clerk lowered his head. Yes. Lian pointed at the chair. That chair is worth more than the treasury. The clerk remained silent, because it was true. That evening, Lian sat alone in his office. The system appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Current position, Magistrate of Yan County. Progress toward execution, 0.1%. Lian frowned. What do you mean 0.1%? The screen changed. Assessment. County currently too poor for meaningful corruption. Lian almost flipped the table. Too poor? He had never imagined such a problem. For centuries he had worried about being caught stealing. Now he couldn't even find anything worth stealing. The humiliation was unbearable. Suddenly, an idea appeared. Lian slowly sat upright. Then he needed money. A lot of money. Only then could he embezzle it. His eyes lit up. Brilliant. First make money, then steal it. Then report himself, then get executed. Perfect. The next morning, the county officials gathered for their first meeting. Everyone looked nervous. The new magistrate was a scholar champion, a genius, personally noticed by the emperor. Expectations were high. Lian sat at the head of the room, then asked the first question. How much revenue does Yan County produce annually? The chief clerk swallowed. 8,000 taels. The room became quiet. Lian nodded. Pathetic. The officials nearly choked. 8,000 taels was already optimistic. Lian continued. How much can we increase it? The officials exchanged confused looks. One elderly official cautiously answered. Perhaps 10,000? Lian shook his head. Too little. 20,000? Too little. The room became silent. Finally, Lian smiled. 1 million. Everyone froze. A teacup shattered. Someone dropped a document. The chief clerk looked as though he had seen a ghost. Your Excellency, did you say 1 million? P. Lian nodded. P. Within 3 years. P. The officials collectively lost the will to live. P. 1 million? This wasn't ambition. P. This was madness. Yan County was practically a forgotten corner of the empire. 1,000,000 taels was impossible. Absolutely impossible. Leon leaned back confidently. Unlike them, he possessed 300 years of knowledge. He knew exactly how much wealth this region could generate. More importantly, the larger the treasury became, the more spectacular his future corruption would be. That afternoon, Leon climbed the highest hill overlooking Yan County. Below him stretched countless acres of unused land. Rivers, forests, mountains, resources everywhere. The previous magistrates had simply lacked vision. Leon smiled. This county is rich. A nearby guard looked confused. Rich? Where? Everything looked poor. Leon pointed at the landscape. Do you see forests? Yes. Water? Yes. Farmland? Yes. Trade routes? Not really. Leon nodded. That was the problem. Not resources, transportation, access, infrastructure. His expression suddenly changed. Wait, infrastructure? Roads? Trade? Development? Leon slapped himself. The guard jumped. Your Excellency? No. Leon shook his head repeatedly. No development, no prosperity, no helping people. The guard looked increasingly worried. The magistrate seemed unstable. Unfortunately, Leon had already begun thinking, and whenever Leon started thinking, trouble followed. That night, he spread a large map across his desk. By sunrise, the map was covered with notes. Road plans, market locations, water projects, trade routes, revenue estimates. Every calculation pointed toward the same conclusion. Yan County could become one of the richest regions in the empire. Leon stared at the plans, then smiled. Not because he wanted prosperity, not because he cared about economic growth, but because he had finally discovered the path to his execution. Step 1. Make Yan County rich. Step 2. Embezzle an absurd amount of money. Step 3. Personally report himself to Emperor Xiaolong. Step 4. Execution. The plan was flawless. Absolutely flawless. Unfortunately, every previous plan had also seemed flawless, and that never ended well. Far away in the capital, Emperor Xiaolong received his first report about Yan County's new magistrate. After reading it, the emperor frowned. 1,000,000 taels? The minister nodded. That is what he promised. The emperor laughed for the first time in days, a bold young man. Then his expression became thoughtful. Let's see whether he is a genius or a fool. Chapter 7. The Road to Corruption. The next morning, all officials of Yan County received an urgent summons. Nobody dared arrive late. The new magistrate had only been in office for a few weeks, yet everyone already understood one thing. Lord Li was unpredictable. Very unpredictable. Sometimes he spent hours staring at maps. Sometimes he asked questions nobody understood. And twice this week he had been caught arguing with empty air. The officials sat nervously around the meeting hall. At exactly sunrise, Lian entered, carrying a massive stack of papers. The officials immediately felt danger. Lots of danger. Lian sat down and smiled. That smile made everyone even more nervous. Gentlemen, today we begin our great corruption plan. Silence. The room froze. Everyone looked at one another. Did they hear that correctly? The chief clerk's face turned pale. Lian blinked. Realizing his mistake, he quickly coughed. I mean development plan, he said. The officials collectively exhaled. Lian sighed internally. He really needed to stop saying the quiet part out loud. Soon, large maps covered the walls. Lian pointed toward the western region. Road. Then, the eastern region. Market. Then, the northern hills. Mining operations. Finally, the southern river. shipping port. The officials stared blankly. One brave man raised his hand. Your Excellency. Yes? We have no money. A fair point. Everyone nodded. Lian smiled. I know. The officials became even more confused. If he knew, why was he making plans? Then Lian pulled out a document. The room immediately went silent. The chief clerk's eyes widened. Lian nodded proudly. Yes. The document was a loan proposal, a massive loan proposal. The officials nearly fainted. You want to borrow money? Exactly. From whom? Merchants. The room exploded. Impossible. They'll never agree. We have nothing to offer. Lian simply smiled. Merchants loved one thing, profit, and he happened to know exactly how to create profit. 300 years of experience wasn't for decoration. 1 month later, the largest merchants of the region gathered in Yan County. Some arrived out of curiosity. Others came because the scholar champion had personally invited them. The meeting hall was packed. Lian stood before them calmly. A merchant laughed. Lord Li, why should we invest in Yan County? Another nodded. This place is poor. A third added, most officials ask for donations. You ask for investments. Lian smiled, then began speaking. For the next 2 hours, nobody interrupted him. Trade routes, agriculture, resource extraction, infrastructure, population growth, market expansion, future profits. Every word struck like lightning. By the end, the merchants looked at him as if they were seeing a monster. Not a magistrate, a monster, an economic monster. One elderly merchant slowly stood. Lord Li, yes? If your plan succeeds, Yan County will become rich. Lian smiled. Exactly. The merchant looked around. Every merchant present understood. Rich counties generated opportunities. Opportunities generated wealth. And wealth generated more wealth. The old merchant slammed his hand onto the table. I'll invest 50,000 taels. The room exploded. Another merchant immediately stood. I'll invest 70,000, 80,000, 100,000. Within hours, investment agreements flooded the room. By sunset, Yan County had secured more money than it had seen in decades. Lian stared at the contracts. His hands trembled. Not from excitement, from joy. So much money, so much future embezzlement. His execution was getting closer, much closer. Construction began immediately. Road crews appeared everywhere. Workers flooded the county. Merchants opened warehouses. Farmers found employment. The entire region transformed overnight. Naturally, complaints soon followed. Several local officials rushed into Lian's office. Your Excellency. What? The people are happy. Lian froze. What? The officials exchanged confused looks. The people are happy. Lian slowly stood. No. The officials blinked. No? This isn't right. The officials looked terrified. What wasn't right? The roads were improving, employment was increasing, trade was growing, everything seemed positive. Lian paced around the room. Something had gone wrong. His original goal was corruption. Popularity. Popularity was dangerous. Very dangerous. Popular officials didn't get executed. Corrupt officials did. Then an idea struck him. A wonderful idea. An evil idea. A corruption idea. He looked toward the chief clerk. How much money has entered the county treasury? The chief clerk checked his records, then froze. 300,000 taels. Lian smiled. Finally. Now they were talking. That night, Lian sat alone in his office. Moonlight shone through the window. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Current position, Magistrate of Yan County. Progress toward execution, 4.7%. Lian frowned. Only 4.7%? The system responded for the first time in months. Current reputation among local population, positive. Leon almost spat blood. Positive? Why? He hadn't done anything nice. All he did was create jobs and improve trade. The system continued. Warning. Positive reputation decreases likelihood of execution. Leon stared at the screen, then at the treasury records, then back at the screen. A smile spread across his face. Then I simply need to become more corrupt. The system suddenly went silent again, almost as if it didn't want to be involved in whatever madness was coming next. Leon looked toward the treasury. 300,000 taels. A fortune. And only the beginning. Tomorrow, he would start taking money. Lots of money. Far away in the imperial palace, Emperor Zhaolong received another report regarding Yan County. After reading it, he frowned. Then reread it. Then read it a third time. 300,000 taels. The minister nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor became thoughtful. Most magistrates spent years begging for funds. This one had somehow attracted investors instead. Interesting. Very interesting. For some reason, Zhaolong felt that Leon would either become one of the greatest officials in Tian history, or one of the most troublesome. Knowing absolutely nothing about Leon's true ambitions, the emperor was already leaning toward the second option. Chapter 8. The First Corruption Report. 3 months later, Yan County had changed. Completely changed. The muddy roads were gone. New marketplaces stood where empty lots once existed. Trade caravans arrived daily. Farmers who once struggled to survive now had steady incomes. Merchants fought for warehouse space. Workers earned wages. Businesses flourished. The entire county buzzed with life, and Leon hated every second of it. This is a disaster. The chief clerk almost dropped his documents. Your Excellency? Leon pointed outside. Look at them. The clerk looked. The streets were packed with smiling people. Children played. Merchants traded. Farmers chatted happily. The clerk nodded. It is wonderful. Leon looked personally offended. Wonderful? This was terrible. Absolutely terrible. His execution progress had barely moved. Meanwhile, his reputation was increasing every day. At this rate, the emperor might reward him instead of killing him. Unacceptable. Completely unacceptable. Inside the treasury, Leon stared at mountains of silver. Actual mountains. The county treasury now contained over 500,000 taels. 500,000. When he first arrived, there had been 7. 7. Now there were enough silver bars to fill multiple rooms. Leon's eyes watered. Not because he was emotional, because he finally saw hope. Corruption. Beautiful corruption. At last, he turned toward the chief clerk. Record this. The clerk prepared his brush, pointed at a silver box. Move 10,000 taels. The clerk blinked. To where? Leon smiled. My private residence. Silence. The brush fell from the clerk's hand. Several officials nearby nearly collapsed. The magistrate had openly ordered embezzlement. Openly. Without shame. Without hesitation. Without even lowering his voice. The chief clerk stammered. Your Excellency. Isn't that corruption? Leon nodded proudly. Exactly. The room fell silent. Nobody knew what to say. Leon looked around. Why were they acting shocked? This was the entire point. Officials stole money. The emperor got angry. The official got executed. Everyone knew the rules. The chief clerk swallowed hard. Should I really record that? Of course. Under what category? Leon thought for a moment, then answered honestly. Corruption. The clerk nearly fainted. HR. Several days later, The entire county government was in chaos. Because Leon wasn't hiding anything. Every transaction was recorded. Every transfer was documented. Every tale was accounted for, under the category, Personal Corruption Fund. The officials wanted to cry. Normally, corrupt officials hid evidence. Their magistrate was creating evidence. Every day. In writing. With official seals. One junior official finally gathered his courage. Your Excellency. What? If someone reports this. Li An's eyes lit up. Please do. The official froze. What? Report everything. Li An looked genuinely hopeful. Send copies to the capital. Lots of copies. The official walked away in a daze. He suddenly felt that his magistrate might be insane. Capital City. Imperial Palace. Minister Sun Rong was drinking tea when a report arrived. At first, he ignored it. Then he saw the sender. Yan County. His eyes narrowed. That troublesome scholar champion again. Opening the report, he began reading, then nearly spat tea everywhere. What? The nearby officials jumped. Sun Rong reread the document, then read it again, then a third time. His hands trembled. Corruption? Open corruption? The report clearly stated, 10,000 taels transferred to the magistrate's private estate. Officially recorded, officially sealed, officially acknowledged. Sun Rong felt as though he was dreaming. No official in history had ever been this stupid, this shameless, this arrogant. His eyes lit up. Finally. Finally he had something. The scholar champion's reputation had annoyed him from the beginning. Now he could destroy him. Immediately. Sun Rong grabbed the report and rushed toward the palace. Inside the Hall of Governance, Emperor Zhao Long listened quietly as Sun Rong finished speaking. The minister slammed the report onto the floor. Your Majesty, this official is openly stealing state funds. Many ministers looked shocked. Others looked confused. Open corruption? That was new. Very new. The emperor picked up the report, then began reading. The more he read, the stranger his expression became, because something felt wrong, very wrong. Leon had openly recorded everything, every coin, every transfer, every detail. Nothing was hidden, nothing was concealed, nothing was falsified. The emperor frowned. A truly corrupt official wouldn't do this, would he? Then Zhao Long noticed another report attached underneath. A treasury report. He compared the numbers, then paused. The treasury before Leon arrived, 7 taels. The treasury now, 500,000 taels. The emperor blinked, then blinked again. He looked toward Sun Rong. How much did he take? 10,000 taels. The emperor nodded slowly. And how much did he bring into the county? The hall became silent. Sun Rong froze. The emperor answered himself. 500,000. Nobody spoke. Suddenly the accusation seemed less impressive. Very less impressive. The emperor continued reading, then frowned. Send inspectors. Sun Rong smiled. Success. Finally. The emperor was investigating. Leon was finished. Absolutely finished. Unfortunately, neither he nor Leon understood something important. The inspectors were about to discover that Yan County was unlike any place they had ever seen. And once they saw it, everything would become much, much worse. For Leon, not for the Empire. Chapter 9. The Imperial Inspectors. Yan County. 3 months after Leon's first act of corruption. The county was booming. Trade caravans lined the roads. Markets overflowed with goods. Workers crowded construction sites. Even the once empty treasury now held over 800,000 taels. And Leon was furious. Why is there more money? The chief clerk looked confused. Because the county is prospering, Your Excellency. That's the problem. The clerk sighed. Recently he had learned not to question the magistrate's logic. It only led to headaches. Meanwhile, two imperial inspectors were approaching Yan County. One was elderly and experienced. The other was a young assistant, eager to prove himself. Both had been personally dispatched by Emperor Zhao Long. Their mission was simple: investigate Leon, investigate the corruption, and determine whether the scholar champion deserved punishment. The younger inspector snorted. A newly appointed magistrate embezzling state funds. He'll probably be in chains before the month ends. The elder inspector remained silent. Something about the reports bothered him. Corrupt officials hid evidence. Leon had reported everything himself. That made no sense. And things that made no sense were usually dangerous. 2 days later, the inspectors finally arrived. The moment they entered Yan County, they froze. The younger inspector rubbed his eyes, then rubbed them again. Before them stretched a wide stone road. Smooth, clean, well-maintained. Merchants moved in orderly lines. Drainage canals ran alongside the road. Flowering trees lined both sides. The elder inspector frowned. "Are we in the wrong county?" The assistant checked the map. "No, this is Yan County." Silence. According to official records, Yan County should have been poor, very poor. Instead, it looked wealthier than several prefectural cities. As they continued traveling, their shock only increased. Everywhere they looked, people appeared healthy. Shops were busy. Warehouses were full. Fields were productive. Most importantly, nobody looked hungry. The younger inspector swallowed. "This doesn't look like a corrupt county." The elder inspector nodded. "It doesn't." By noon, news had already reached the county office. Imperial inspectors had arrived. The chief clerk panicked. "Your Excellency." Leon looked up from his tea. "What?" "The inspectors are here." Leon froze, then jumped to his feet. "They're here?" His eyes shone brightly. The chief clerk nearly cried. That wasn't the reaction of an innocent man. That was the reaction of someone excited to be caught. Leon laughed. Finally, the capital had noticed. His corruption report had worked. Perhaps he would be arrested today. Perhaps executed next month. Maybe even sooner. His beautiful future was finally arriving. Bring them in immediately. The inspectors entered the government office. The moment they arrived, they found Leon waiting for them, smiling, very enthusiastically. The younger inspector frowned. Why did this man look happy to see investigators? The elder inspector stepped forward. Magistrate Li. "Inspector, we have come to investigate allegations of corruption." Leon immediately nodded. "Excellent." The room fell silent. The inspectors blinked. The officials blinked. Even the guards blinked. "Excellent?" The elder inspector slowly asked. "You understand the accusations?" "Of course." "You understand the consequences?" "Hopefully execution." The room froze. Leon coughed. "Severe punishment." The younger inspector's eye twitched. Something was wrong with this man. Very wrong. HR. Several hours later, the investigation officially began. The inspectors reviewed financial records, construction reports, investment contracts, treasury statements, everything. By sunset, the younger inspector looked increasingly confused. "Senior, what is it? The numbers don't make sense." The elder inspector nodded. They really didn't. Every silver tael was accounted for. Every expense was documented. Every project had records. The bookkeeping was almost perfect. The only questionable entry remained. 10,000 taels transferred to Magistrate Li's private residence. The younger inspector pointed at it. "There. Finally. We found it." The elder inspector nodded. At last. Actual evidence. The next morning they decided to inspect the residence personally. Leon could barely sleep that night. He was too excited. Tomorrow they would discover the money. Then they would arrest him. Then the capital would become involved. Then Emperor Zhaolong would be furious. Everything was finally happening. He even prepared a confession. A very detailed confession. 32 pages long, including sections titled, "Why I Am Corrupt." Strong. Examples of my corruption. Strong. Additional corruption I plan to commit. The chief clerk nearly fainted after reading it. HR. The following morning, the inspectors arrived at Leon's residence. Dozens of officials followed behind. The atmosphere was tense. The elder inspector looked cautious. Leanne looked delighted. The residence gates opened. Everyone entered, then stopped. Silence. Complete silence. The younger inspectors stared. The elder inspector stared. The officials stared. The guards stared. Nobody could believe what they were seeing. The famous 10,000 taels were sitting in the middle of the courtyard, not hidden, not spent, not invested. Just sitting there, in plain sight, covered by a wooden sign. The sign read, "Corruption Fund." Below it was another sign, "Evidence for Future Imperial Investigation." The younger inspector nearly dropped dead. The elder inspector looked as though he had aged 10 years. Leon smiled proudly. "There it is." The elder inspector pointed shakily. Yes, you labeled it?" "Of course." The inspector's hand trembled. "Why?" Leon looked genuinely confused. "So investigators can find it." The elder inspector suddenly understood. This man was either a genius or completely insane, possibly both. And for the first time since arriving in Yan County, he realized this investigation was not going to be simple. Chapter 10. The Investigation That Went Wrong. The courtyard was silent. Everyone stared at the 10,000 taels. The silver bars gleamed under the morning sun. Above them hung a wooden sign, "Corruption Fund," and below it, "Evidence for Future Imperial Investigation." The younger inspector felt a headache coming on. The elder inspector felt one already there. Neither had ever encountered a corrupt official who prepared evidence for investigators. The elder inspector slowly turned toward Leon. "Magistrate Li." "Yes?" "Are you mocking the Imperial Court?" Leon immediately shook his head. "Absolutely not." The inspector pointed at the silver. "Then explain this." Leon smiled. "That's my corruption fund." The inspector's eye twitched. "You admit it?" "Of course." The younger inspector nearly shouted. "Then why haven't you hidden it?" Leon looked genuinely confused. "Why would I hide corruption?" Silence. The younger inspector almost fainted. That wasn't how corruption worked. At all. The investigation continued. Every room was searched. Every document was examined. Every servant was questioned. The results only became stranger. The residence was modest. Very modest. The furniture was ordinary. The decorations were simple. The food expenses were low. There were no hidden treasures, no secret vaults, no expensive collections, nothing. The younger inspector frowned. "This doesn't make sense." The elder inspector nodded. "A corrupt official should be spending money." Leon wasn't spending anything. The 10,000 taels appeared untouched. Not a single bar was missing. By afternoon, the inspectors began questioning the locals. The first witness was a merchant. "How do you view Magistrate Li?" The merchant immediately smiled. "A great official." The younger inspector frowned. "Has he accepted bribes?" The merchant shook his head. "No." "Extorted money?" "No." "Abused his authority?" "No." The inspectors exchanged looks. That wasn't helpful. Next came a farmer. The answers were similar. Then a shop owner. Then a laborer. Then a village elder. The answers remained the same. By sunset, the inspectors had interviewed more than 100 people. Every answer was positive. Very positive. The younger inspector was beginning to lose his sanity. That evening, something even worse happened. As the inspectors walked through the city, A young child suddenly pointed at them. Imperial officials. Instantly people gathered. The inspectors straightened proudly. At last, the common people wished to report corruption. Justice would prevail. Then an elderly woman grabbed the younger inspector's sleeve. Tears filled her eyes. "Please." The inspector nodded. "Speak." The woman bowed deeply. "Please don't take Lord Li away." The inspector froze. "What?" More people stepped forward. "Lord Li gave us work. He saved our farms. Our children no longer go hungry. Please don't punish him." The crowd grew larger. Soon hundreds of residents surrounded them. Some were crying. Others looked terrified. Everyone repeated the same request. "Don't take Lord Li away." The younger inspector felt his worldview collapse. They were investigating corruption. Why was the population defending the suspect? Inside the county office, Leon sat happily at his desk. Things were progressing perfectly. The inspectors had found the silver. The investigation was underway. Arrest was inevitable. Execution was approaching. Life was wonderful. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 810. Progress toward execution, 9.8%. Leon frowned. Only 9.8%? The system responded. Warning, local popularity remains extremely high. Leon almost flipped the desk. Again with popularity. Why were people so grateful? He openly admitted to corruption. He created a corruption fund. He practically begged to be arrested. What more did they want? The following morning, the inspectors completed their report. The younger inspector looked exhausted. The elder inspector looked older than before. Together they reviewed the final conclusions. Evidence of corruption? Technically yes. Evidence of embezzlement? Technically yes. Evidence of personal enrichment? None. Evidence of harm to the county? None. Evidence of abuse? None. The younger inspector groaned. This report is ridiculous. The elder inspector sighed. I know. Then he picked up another document, a financial summary. His eyes widened. Wait. The younger inspector looked over, then froze. Treasury before Leon, 7 taels. Treasury after Leon, 800,000 taels. Increase, 799,993 taels. The room became silent. The elder inspector rubbed his forehead. He took 10,000. The younger inspector nodded. He brought in 800,000. Another silence followed. Finally the elder inspector spoke. I don't think the emperor is going to be angry. The younger inspector looked horrified. Neither did he. Several weeks later, Imperial Palace, the Hall of Governance. Emperor Zhao Long quietly read the investigation report. The ministers waited nervously. After several minutes, the emperor finished. Then he laughed. A deep, genuine laugh. The court froze. Many ministers had never heard the emperor laugh before. Minister Sun Rong suddenly felt a bad feeling. A very bad feeling. The emperor placed the report on the table. Interesting. Very interesting. The ministers remained silent. The emperor looked towards Sun Rong. You accused him of corruption. Sun Rong bowed. The evidence exists, Your Majesty. It does. The emperor nodded, then smiled. But he also increased county revenue by nearly 800,000 taels. Sun Rong froze. The emperor continued. If every corrupt official in my empire produced 80 taels for every one they took. His smile widened. I might encourage corruption. The hall erupted with nervous laughter. Only Sun Rong wasn't laughing, because he realized something. Leon wasn't being punished. Not even close. In fact, the emperor seemed impressed. Very impressed. Far away in Yan County, Leon suddenly sneezed. Then another sneeze followed. A sense of danger filled his heart. For some reason, he felt that something terrible had happened. And he was right. The investigation had ended. The emperor had reached a conclusion. but it was the exact opposite of what Leon wanted. Instead of preparing an execution order, Emperor Zhaolong was beginning to pay very close attention to him. Chapter 11. Promoted against his will. The imperial decree arrived on a rainy afternoon. The entire county government assembled in the main hall. Officials knelt, soldiers knelt, servants knelt. Only the imperial messenger remained standing. Leon knelt with everyone else, but unlike the others, he was smiling. This was it. At last, the investigation report had reached the emperor. An imperial decree had arrived. There was only one possible explanation: punishment. A severe punishment. Perhaps dismissal, perhaps imprisonment, perhaps execution. Leon's heart raced. The messenger slowly unrolled the golden decree, then began reading. By the mandate of heaven. Leon barely listened. His mind was already imagining his glorious downfall. The messenger continued. Magistrate Leon has revitalized Yan County, increased tax revenues, improved public welfare, and strengthened local administration. Leon's smile disappeared. Wait, that didn't sound right. The messenger kept reading. The emperor is greatly pleased. Leon felt danger, extreme danger. The messenger's voice echoed through the hall. The hall became silent. Leon silently prayed. Please be punishment. Please be punishment. Please be punishment. Leon is hereby awarded 1,000 taels of silver and promoted to prefect of Qing River Prefecture. Silence. Absolute silence. Then the hall exploded. Congratulations, Lord Li. A promotion. A prefect. What an honor. Everyone celebrated. Everyone except Leon. He sat frozen. His brain stopped functioning. Promotion? A promotion? He had committed corruption. Open corruption. Documented corruption. Why was he being promoted? The imperial messenger smiled. Lord Li? No response. Lord Li? Still nothing. Finally, the chief clerk quietly poked him. Leon jumped. What? The messenger looked concerned. Are you unwell? Leon wanted to cry. Very much so. That evening, the entire county celebrated. Lanterns filled the streets. Fireworks illuminated the sky. Residents gathered everywhere. Many openly cried, not from sadness, from gratitude. Lord Li changed our lives. We'll never forget him. Yan County became prosperous because of him. Leon sat alone in his office. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 6.3%. Leon stared, then stared again, then slammed his head against the desk. It went down. The system responded. Warning. Promotion significantly reduces likelihood of execution. Leon almost coughed blood. Not only had he failed, his progress had actually decreased. He was moving further away from death. This was unacceptable. Absolutely unacceptable. In the imperial palace, Emperor Zhaolong was reviewing documents. Princess Zhaoning entered quietly. Father. The emperor looked up. Ninger. She sat beside him. I heard you promoted Leon. The emperor nodded. I did. The princess smiled. The strange scholar? The same one. The emperor laughed. Strange is an understatement. He handed her several reports. The princess began reading. Soon her eyes widened. He actually labeled the silver? He did. And called it a corruption fund? He did. The princess couldn't help laughing. For several minutes. Finally, she calmed down. Do you think he's loyal? The emperor became thoughtful. Very thoughtful. Leon's actions made no sense. Yet one thing was certain. Everything he did benefited the empire. The emperor slowly nodded. I believe so. Neither of them noticed the greatest irony. Leon was perhaps the least loyal official in the empire. His ultimate goal was literally to get executed. Several days later, the time came for departure. The people of Yan County crowded the city gates. Thousands came to see Leon off. Many brought gifts. Others brought food. Some simply wanted to say goodbye. Leon sat atop his horse. The scene felt strangely familiar. For a brief moment, he remembered something in one of his previous lives. People had also gathered to bid him farewell. Back then, he had been a respected general. The memory vanished quickly. The village elders stepped forward. Lord Li? Yes? Please don't forget Yan County. Leon smiled faintly. I won't. That much was true. After all, this was the place where his execution plan first collapsed. How could he forget that? As the procession left the city, the residents remained at the gates. Many waved until he disappeared from sight. The imperial messenger rode beside him. After several miles, he suddenly spoke. Lord Li? What? The emperor has taken interest in you. Leon frowned. That sounded bad. Very bad. The messenger smiled. His Majesty rarely remembers the name of a county magistrate. Leon felt even worse. The emperor remembering him was the opposite of what he wanted. People the emperor remembered tended to become important. Important people were difficult to execute. 3 weeks later, Qing River Prefecture. Leon stood atop a hill overlooking his new jurisdiction. His mouth slowly fell open. Compared to Yan County, this place was enormous. Several counties, hundreds of villages, a population exceeding 1 million, massive tax revenues, large trade networks, an enormous treasury. Leon's eyes sparkled. The imperial messenger noticed. As expected of Lord Li. Leon nodded. Indeed. The messenger smiled. You are excited about governing such a large prefecture. Leon smiled back. Something like that. The messenger had no idea what Leon was really thinking. Because at that moment, only one thought filled his mind. A larger treasury meant more money. More money meant greater corruption. Greater corruption meant a larger scandal. And a larger scandal meant execution. For the first time since receiving the promotion, hope returned. A prefect was far more valuable than a magistrate. If he embezzled enough silver, even Emperor Zhao Long would have no choice but to punish him. Leon looked toward the distant city. A dangerous grin appeared on his face. Qing River Prefecture. I hope you're rich. Far away in the capital, Emperor Zhao Long suddenly sneezed, then sneezed again. The emperor frowned. For some reason, he had the feeling that promoting Leon might have been a mistake. A very expensive mistake. Chapter 12. A Prefect's First Bribe. Qing River Prefecture was rich. Very rich. The moment Leon entered the treasury, he nearly cried from happiness. Rows upon rows of silver. Stacks of account books. Warehouses filled with grain. Tax records worth millions of taels. Compared to Yan County, this was heaven. No, better than heaven. This was an execution factory. Leon stood in the middle of the treasury with trembling hands. Beautiful. The treasury officials looked confused. Most new prefects were impressed. None looked emotionally moved. Leon slowly walked between the silver stacks. For the first time since arriving in this world, he felt truly optimistic. This amount of money, even if he stole only a small percentage, the scandal would shake the empire. Finally, a path to execution. 3 days later, the local officials organized a welcoming banquet. The largest merchants attended. Noble families attended. Military officers attended. The entire prefecture's elite gathered. Everyone wanted to meet the famous scholar champion. the man personally favored by the emperor. Li Yan sat at the head table, bored, very bored. Then a fat merchant approached. He bowed respectfully. "Lord Prefect." Li Yan glanced at him. "What is it?" The merchant smiled. "I brought a small gift." Li Yan instantly became interested. "A gift?" His eyes narrowed. The merchant discreetly pushed forward a wooden box. Li Yan opened it. Inside were gold bars. His heart skipped a beat. A bribe. An actual bribe. After all these months, finally someone understood him. The merchant whispered, "My business licenses require approval." Li Yan nearly hugged him. At last, a professional, someone who knew how government worked. The merchant nervously waited. Then Li Yan nodded. "I accept." The hall froze. Several officials dropped their cups. The merchant froze. Did he just say that out loud? Li Yan happily closed the box. "Excellent gift." The merchant looked around nervously. Yes? Shouldn't we discuss this privately?" Li Yan frowned. "Why?" The merchant nearly cried. "Because it was a bribe. A public bribe. At least pretend to hide it." Within an hour, the entire banquet knew. The new prefect had openly accepted a bribe. Without hesitation. Without shame. Without even lowering his voice. Several officials panicked. Others were horrified. One old administrator rushed over. "Your Excellency." "What?" "You cannot openly accept bribes." Li Yan blinked. "Why not?" The administrator stared. For a moment he forgot how language worked. "Why not?" "Because it was illegal." The old man lowered his voice. "At least hide it." Li Yan looked disappointed. "No." The administrator felt his blood pressure rise. This man was impossible. That night, Li Yan carefully recorded the transaction. Amount received, 5,000 gold taels. Source: Merchant Zhang. Purpose: bribery. Status: successfully accepted. Then he stamped the document. Twice. To ensure nobody could question its authenticity. The chief accountant nearly fainted. "Your Excellency." "What?" "Why are you documenting it?" Li Yan looked confused. "Evidence." The accountant almost cried. No criminal in history prepared evidence this thoroughly. The next morning, the story spread throughout Qing River. Everyone knew, accepted bribes. Openly. The local officials panicked. The merchants panicked. The noble families panicked. Only Li Yan was happy. This was exactly what he wanted. Soon the capital would hear about it. Then the emperor. Then punishment. Then execution. Perfect. Unfortunately, reality had other plans. 1 week later, another report arrived in the capital. Minister Sun Rong opened it. Then smiled. A dangerous smile. Finally, another corruption report. This time involving bribes. The evidence was overwhelming. The fool even documented everything himself. Sun Rong immediately rushed toward the palace. At last, this troublesome official was finished. Absolutely finished. Inside the Hall of Governance, Emperor Zhaolong silently read the report. His expression remained calm. Very calm. Too calm. The ministers felt nervous. After several minutes, the emperor looked up. He accepted a bribe. Sun Rong nodded excitedly. "Exactly, Your Majesty." The emperor continued reading, then paused, then frowned, then paused again. Sun Rong suddenly felt nervous. Whenever the emperor paused repeatedly, something strange was happening. The emperor turned another page. What happened after he accepted the bribe? The minister blinked. What? The emperor pointed to the next report. Sun Rong quickly read it, then froze. The merchant who paid the bribe had received approval. Legally, fairly, without favoritism, without special treatment, without exemptions. Everything followed regulations. The emperor frowned. He accepted the bribe. Yes, he followed the law. Yes, he documented the bribe. Yes. The emperor looked confused, very confused. Then why did he accept it? Nobody had an answer, because the truth was ridiculous. Leon accepted it because he wanted to be executed. Unfortunately, nobody knew that. Meanwhile, Qing River Prefecture. Leon was enjoying tea when the system appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 810. Progress toward execution, 14.2%. Leon's eyes widened. It increased. Finally, actual progress. The system continued. Corruption activities detected. Execution probability increased. Leon nearly laughed. At last, a successful plan. The promotion had been a setback, but now he was back on track. All he needed to do was continue. More bribes, more corruption, more scandals. Eventually, even Emperor Xiaolong would lose patience. Leon leaned back comfortably. For the first time in months, the future looked bright. Very bright. Far away in the imperial palace, Emperor Xiaolong placed the report aside. His expression was thoughtful. Very thoughtful. The emperor had seen corrupt officials, many corrupt officials, but never one like Leon. A man who openly accepted bribes, yet somehow still followed the law. A man who documented his own crimes, yet improved every region he governed. A man who made no sense. The emperor slowly smiled. Interesting, he said. Very interesting. And the more interested Xiaolong became, the more dangerous things would become for Leon. Because the last thing Leon wanted was the emperor's attention. H2, Chapter 13, The Most Honest Corrupt Official. Sang. 1 month later, Qing River Prefecture was in complete chaos. Not because of disasters, not because of war, not because of famine, but because their prefect was too honest. Unbelievably honest. Painfully honest. Every bribe he accepted was documented. Every suspicious transaction was recorded. Every questionable decision was publicly announced. The officials of Qing River were on the verge of collapse. Inside the prefectural office, dozens of administrators gathered around a newly posted notice. Their faces turned pale. One official's legs nearly gave out. Another grabbed the wall for support. The notice read, HR, Monthly Corruption Report. Bribes accepted this month. Merchant Zhang, 5,000 gold taels. Merchant Liu, 3,000 gold taels. Merchant Wang, 2,500 gold taels. Total corruption revenue, 10,500 gold taels. Submitted respectfully, Prefect Leon. Silence. Absolute silence. The officials felt their souls leaving their bodies. One administrator whispered, "Can we really post this publicly?" The chief clerk sighed. Lord Li ordered it personally. Another official looked ready to cry. "This man is trying to kill us." Lian sat comfortably in his office. A smile decorated his face. Things were progressing wonderfully. Every week he accepted more bribes. Every week he documented them. Every week he sent copies to the capital. Sooner or later, Emperor Xiaolong would lose patience. There was no way this plan could fail. No way at all. Suddenly, someone burst into his office. "Your Excellency." Lian looked up. "What happened?" "The people are gathering outside." Lian smiled. Finally, the citizens had discovered his corruption. Perhaps they were protesting. Perhaps they were demanding punishment. At last. Progress. "Bring them in." The official hesitated, then awkwardly replied, "They brought gifts." Lian froze. What? Hundreds of citizens had gathered. Farmers, merchants, workers, shop owners. Everyone carried gifts, baskets of fruit, silk cloth, freshly baked food. Leon stepped outside. The crowd immediately erupted into cheers. Lord Li! Long live Lord Li! Thank you for your honesty. Leon nearly fell over. Honesty? What honesty? He was literally publishing corruption reports. An old merchant stepped forward. Your Excellency. What? We've never seen an official this honest before. Leon blinked. I openly take bribes. The merchant nodded. Exactly. Every other official takes bribes secretly. You tell us exactly how much you take. The merchant's eyes became emotional. You truly respect the people. Leon stared blankly. His brain stopped functioning. This made absolutely no sense. That night, Leon reviewed the situation. Carefully. Very carefully. Something had gone terribly wrong. Again. Every corruption scandal somehow improved his reputation. Every crime increased public trust. Every confession made people admire him. He looked toward the ceiling. Why? The universe offered no answer. Legend of Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 18.6%. Leon smiled. At least the progress was increasing. Slowly. Painfully slowly. But increasing. Then another line appeared. Warning. Public support reaching abnormal levels. Leon immediately frowned. How abnormal? The system responded. Current title among local population. The most honest official in the empire. Leon nearly spat blood. Capital city. Imperial palace. Emperor Jiaolong received another report. And another. And another. All concerning the same person. Leon. The emperor rubbed his forehead. He was developing a headache. Every report described corruption. But somehow every report also described prosperity. The contradiction was maddening. Minister Sun Rong stood nearby. Your Majesty. What? We must punish him. The emperor nodded. Perhaps. Sun Rong's eyes lit up. Finally. At last. Then the emperor continued. After all, corruption is corruption. Sun Rong smiled. Victory was near. But... It said. The emperor turned another page. Tax revenue increased by another 40%. Sun Rong's smile disappeared. The emperor turned another page. Crime rates decreased. Another page. Trade increased. Another page. Public satisfaction reached record levels. The emperor looked genuinely confused. How is he doing this? No one answered. Because no one knew. Not even Leon knew. Elsewhere in the palace, Princess Zhao Ning quietly read the same reports. The more she read, the more amused she became. A smile slowly formed on her lips. This man is fascinating. A maid looked curious. Your Highness? The princess pointed at the report. Look. The maid obeyed. Then blinked. Then blinked again. He admitted everything. Exactly. The princess laughed. He commits corruption more honestly than most officials perform their duties. For several minutes she continued reading. Eventually she reached a conclusion. One that would significantly complicate Leon's future. I want to meet him. The maid froze. What? The princess smiled. I want to see what kind of person creates corruption reports. Far away in Qing River Prefecture, Leon suddenly sneezed, then sneezed again. A strange feeling settled over him, as though something troublesome was approaching. Unfortunately, his instincts were correct. Very correct, because while he was busy trying to get executed, the emperor was becoming curious. The princess was becoming interested, and the entire empire was beginning to learn his name. The last thing a man seeking execution needed was fame. Chapter 14. The Princess Arrives. The Imperial Capital. Princess Zhao Ning stood before a large map of the Tian Empire. Her finger rested on a single location, Qing River Prefecture. For the past month, She had read every report involving Leon, every corruption report, every financial report, every investigation report. The more she read, the more confused she became. A corrupt official should make people hate him. Leon made people adore him. A corrupt official should damage the economy. Leon made regions richer. A corrupt official should fear investigations. Leon practically invited them. It made no sense. And Princess Xiaoning hated mysteries, which was why she had made a decision. A dangerous decision. I'll go personally. Her maid nearly dropped a teacup. Your Highness? Xiaoning smiled. Prepare a carriage. 3 weeks later, Qing River Prefecture. Leon was having a wonderful morning. For the first time in weeks, nobody had called him the most honest official. Nobody had thanked him. Nobody had praised him. It was peaceful. Unfortunately, peace never lasted. A guard rushed into his office. Your Excellency. Leon sighed. What now? A noble caravan has arrived. Leon frowned. What kind of noble? Their leader calls herself Miss Zhao. Leon shrugged. Then treat her like any other guest. The guard hesitated. Her servants seem unusual. How unusual? They move like elite soldiers. Leanne paused. That was interesting. Very interesting. Outside the city, a luxurious carriage rolled through the gates. Inside sat Princess Xiaoning. Beside her were several disguised imperial guards. Technically, she was traveling as a merchant's daughter. In reality, half the caravan consisted of secret imperial experts. The captain of the guards spoke quietly. Your Highness. What? Are you certain about this? Xiaoning smiled. I simply wish to meet a famous official. The captain remained silent. Everyone knew that wasn't the real reason. She was curious, dangerously curious. That afternoon, the merchant delegation was welcomed into the prefectural office. Leanne entered the reception hall, then stopped. Across the room sat a young woman in white robes, elegant, beautiful, calm. Even after living for centuries, Leanne had to admit she was remarkable. Meanwhile, Xiaoning secretly studied him. This was the legendary Leanne, the scholar champion, the most honest corrupt official in the empire. He looked disappointingly normal. Leanne sat down. Welcome to Qing River. Zhao Ning smiled. Thank you, Lord Prefect. The conversation began politely. Weather, trade, travel, local customs, everything seemed normal. Then Zhao Ning casually asked, I heard Lord Prefect enjoys accepting bribes. The room froze. Several servants almost died on the spot. Leanne's eyes lit up. Finally, a sensible question. That's correct. The princess blinked. She expected denial, or excuses, not immediate confirmation. You admit it? Of course. Why? Leanne answered honestly. I want to be executed. Silence. Absolute silence. The guards froze. The servants froze. Even Zhao Ning froze. Leanne suddenly realized what he had said. Again, he coughed. I mean, his brain raced. I want corruption to be executed. The room relaxed, except Zhao Ning. For some reason, she felt that his first answer had been genuine. That evening, the princess secretly wandered through the city. What she saw shocked her. The reports had not exaggerated. The roads were excellent. The markets were thriving. The people looked prosperous. Most surprising of all, everyone loved Leon. An old woman proudly pointed toward a new bridge. Lord Li built that. A merchant pointed toward a warehouse district. Lord Li created that. A farmer pointed toward an irrigation canal. Lord Li approved that. Everywhere she went, his name followed. The princess became thoughtful, very thoughtful. Meanwhile, Leon sat in his office studying treasury records. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8/10. Progress toward execution, 22.4%. Leon nodded. Finally. Progress. Real progress. Then a second notification appeared. Warning. New variable detected. Leon frowned. What variable? Imperial Princess proximity detected. Leon froze. The room became silent. His smile vanished. Very slowly, very painfully. Excuse me? The scream repeated itself. Imperial Princess proximity detected. Leon stood up so quickly that his chair fell over. The merchant's daughter? An Imperial Princess? His brain began connecting the pieces. Elegant behavior, unusual guards, refined speech, suspicious questions. Leon slowly covered his face. No, this was bad, extremely bad. The last thing he needed was a member of the Imperial family taking interest in him. Because Imperial family members talked to the Emperor. And if the Emperor became even more interested, his execution plan would become much harder, much harder. At the same moment, Princess Zhao Ning sat in her guest residence. A report lay open before her, but she wasn't reading it. She was thinking about Leon, especially one sentence. I want to be executed. The stranger it felt. Eventually she smiled. A dangerous smile. The kind of smile that usually led to trouble. Interesting. Very interesting. For the first time in years, she had found someone she couldn't understand. And Zhao Ning had every intention of uncovering his secrets. Far away, Leon suddenly sneezed. Then sneezed again. Then a third time. A terrible feeling settled in his chest. His instincts screamed one thing. Run. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Because Princess Zhao Ning had officially become interested in him. And that was far more dangerous than any corruption investigation. Chapter 15. The Princess's Investigation. The next morning, Leon woke up with a feeling of impending doom. Not because of assassins, not because of political enemies, not because of corruption investigations. Those things were normal. No, the danger was much worse. An imperial princess was investigating him. And unlike ministers or inspectors, Princess Zhao Ning was curious. Curious people were terrifying. Especially intelligent, curious people. Especially intelligent, curious people from the imperial family. Leon sighed heavily. This is bad. Very bad. At her guest residence, Princess Zhao Ning was reading documents. Stacks of documents. Mountains of documents. Everything related to Leon. His examination papers. His county reports. His corruption reports. His financial records. His promotion records. The more she read, the stranger things became. Every document contradicted itself. He was corrupt, yet effective. Greedy, yet selfless. Dishonest, yet honest. It was like reading about two completely different people. A maid entered quietly. Your Highness. What is it? We discovered something. Zhao Ning looked up. What? The maid hesitated, then handed over a report. The princess began reading. A few moments later, her eyes widened. Then widened again. Then widened a third time. What? The maid nodded nervously. It surprised us as well. The report contained one simple fact. Despite accepting bribes and moving money into his personal corruption fund, Leon's personal wealth had barely increased. The princess frowned. That made no sense. Where was the money going? Leon was creating a new corruption plan. His previous methods weren't enough. He needed something bigger, something truly outrageous, something that would force the emperor to act. As he thought, a messenger rushed into his office. Your Excellency, Leon groaned. What now? Miss Zhao wishes to accompany you today. Silence. Leon slowly looked up. Why? The messenger smiled awkwardly. She says she wishes to learn governance. Lian nearly cried. Governance? There were thousands of books for that. Why follow him? Unfortunately, refusal wasn't an option, not when Miss Zhao was secretly a princess. Fine. An hour later, Lian and Zhao Ning walked through the city. The princess carefully observed everything. The roads, the markets, the warehouses, the people. Most importantly, she observed Lian, and what she saw confused her even more. Everywhere they went, people greeted him warmly. Children waved, merchants bowed, workers smiled, yet Lian looked annoyed by all of it. Very annoyed. Finally, she couldn't resist asking, Lord Li, what? Why do you look unhappy? Lian answered honestly, because they're happy. The princess stopped walking. What? Lian immediately realized his mistake. Again, he coughed. His mind raced. A good official should never become complacent. The princess narrowed her eyes. That wasn't what he originally meant. She was certain of it. Later that day, they visited one of the prefecture's largest construction sites. Hundreds of workers were building a massive bridge. The project manager rushed over. Lord Prefect. Lian nodded. How's progress? Excellent. The manager smiled proudly. We're ahead of schedule. Lian frowned. That's unfortunate. The manager froze. The princess froze. Everyone froze. The manager carefully asked, Unfortunate? Lian coughed. Unexpected. The manager walked away looking traumatized. Zhao Ning watched him leave, then looked back at Lian. Her suspicion deepened. Something was definitely wrong with this man. That evening, the princess secretly ordered her guards to investigate further. Find everything. The captain bowed. As you command. What he buys? Yes. What he eats? Yes. Who he meets? Yes. And where his corruption money goes. The captain immediately left. 3 days later, the results arrived. And Zhao Ning nearly fell out of her chair. What? The maid jumped. What happened? The princess stared at the report, then read it again, then a third time. The findings were unbelievable. The corruption money wasn't funding luxury, or mansions, or hidden estates. It was being secretly redirected into public projects. Roads, schools, bridges, irrigation systems. The princess was speechless. The man accepted bribes, then used the money to improve the prefecture. What kind of corruption was this? That same night, a familiar blue screen appeared before Lian. Legendary Dex System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 810. Progress toward execution, 26.8%. Lian smiled. Good. Very good. His corruption activities were accelerating. Then another notification appeared. Warning. Princess Zhao Ning's interest level increasing rapidly. Lian's smile vanished. What? How rapidly? Danger level, high. Lian stared at the screen, then sighed, then buried his face in his hands. The execution problem was difficult enough. Now he also had a princess problem. The princess problem felt more dangerous. Late that night, Princess Zhao Ning stood by her window. Moonlight illuminated the city below. In her hands rested the investigation report. She read it once more, then smiled. A small smile. A dangerous smile. For the first time, she thought she understood part of the mystery. Lian wasn't corrupt because he loved money. That much was obvious. No. He seemed to be pursuing something else. Something hidden, something ridiculous, something that even he couldn't admit openly. The princess looked toward the prefectural office in the distance. Lian. Her voice was barely a whisper. But what exactly are you trying to do? Far away, Lian suddenly sneezed 4 times in a row. A terrible chill ran down his spine. His instincts screamed. run, hide, disappear. Unfortunately, there was nowhere in the Tian Empire he could hide from an imperial princess determined to uncover his secrets. And Zhao Ning had just decided she wasn't leaving Qing River anytime soon. H2, Chapter 16, The Grand Corruption Project. 3 days after Princess Zhao Ning decided to stay in Qing River Prefecture, Li An reached a terrifying conclusion. The princess was watching him, constantly, everywhere, every day. If he inspected a marketplace, she appeared. If he visited a construction site, she appeared. If he walked through the city, she somehow appeared there too. At first, Li An thought it was coincidence. By the 10th encounter, he knew better. This woman was investigating him aggressively, and that was a problem. A huge problem. HR, inside the prefectural office, Li An sat alone, staring at a map. His expression was serious, very serious. The chief clerk felt nervous. Whenever Lord Li became serious, something insane usually followed. After several minutes, Li An suddenly stood up. "I've decided." The chief clerk swallowed. "Decided what, Your Excellency?" Li An's eyes shone. "I'm going to commit a massive act of corruption." The chief clerk almost died. Again. Why was this conversation happening again? And why did Lord Li always announce corruption like it was a festival? 1 hour later, a meeting was called. Every senior official attended. Everyone looked nervous. Li An stood before a massive map of Qing River Prefecture, then pointed toward the eastern mountains. "What's there?" An official answered, "Nothing useful." Another nodded, "Poor villages." A third added, "Bandits occasionally appear there." Li An smiled. Perfect. The greater the potential for corruption. He pointed again. "We're building a road." The officials nodded. Reasonable. Then Li An continued. "A giant road." Still reasonable. "A giant road through the mountains. More difficult, but not impossible." Then Li An smiled. "And it will cost 1 million taels." Silence. The room froze. A minister dropped his brush. The chief clerk nearly fainted. 1 million? A road? Was he paving the road with gold? Li An ignored their expressions. His mind was already calculating. The larger the project, the larger the budget. The larger the budget, the larger the corruption scandal. This was basic logic. His previous crimes were too small. 10,000 taels here, 5,000 there. Pathetic, childish. He needed a scandal worthy of the emperor's personal attention. A scandal so enormous that Zhao Long would have no choice but to execute him. The thought made him smile. Unfortunately, the officials misunderstood that smile. The chief clerk stood up. "Your Excellency." "Yes? This project is too ambitious." Li An nodded. "Exactly. Exactly." The room became silent. Again. Nobody knew how to respond anymore. At this point they simply accepted that their prefect's brain worked differently. That afternoon, news of the project spread. Merchants became excited. Workers became excited. Engineers became excited. Even villagers became excited. Only Li An wasn't excited about the road itself. He was excited about the future corruption. In his mind, the road was merely a tool. A beautiful, expensive tool. A road leading directly toward execution. Meanwhile, Princess Zhao Ning received the news. "1 million tael road?" She looked surprised, very surprised. Her maid nodded. "That's what we heard." The princess frowned. A project of that scale would attract attention from the entire empire. It would also create countless opportunities for corruption. Normally that would be concerning, except this was Li An. Nothing involving Li An was normal. Let's investigate. Construction began immediately. Thousands of workers flooded into the mountains. Supplies arrived daily. Engineers worked around the clock. The project expanded rapidly. And exactly as planned, Li An began moving money. Huge amounts of money. Every transfer was recorded. Every document was stamped. Every suspicious transaction was publicly announced. The officials of Qing River nearly cried. Their prefect wasn't merely corrupt. He was aggressively corrupt, professionally corrupt, enthusiastically corrupt. Princess Zhao Ning secretly reviewed the project accounts. Then froze. Then froze again. Then read them a third time. What? Her maid looked concerned. What's wrong? The princess pointed at the ledger. Hundreds of thousands of taels had been redirected. Suspiciously. Very suspiciously. On paper, it looked like one of the largest corruption schemes in decades. But after tracing the money, every tael eventually ended up funding the project itself. The road, the bridges, the tunnels, the workers, everything. Nothing had disappeared, nothing had been stolen. The accounts merely took a bizarre route before arriving at their destination. The princess slowly covered her face. This man, for the first time in her life, she genuinely couldn't understand another human being. Late that night, Lian sat in his office. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 33.5%. Lian's eyes widened. 33%. Finally. Real progress. The largest increase yet. He almost laughed. The grand corruption project was working. At this rate, execution might actually happen. Then, another notification appeared. Warning. Emperor Zhao Long has personally requested monthly updates regarding Qing River Prefecture. Lian froze. The smile disappeared. Slowly, painfully, the emperor was paying attention again. That was dangerous. Very dangerous. Because every time Zhao Long paid attention, something went wrong. Something always went wrong. Far away in the imperial palace, Emperor Zhao Long stared at a report describing the Million Tael Road project. His eyes narrowed. 1 million taels? A minister nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor remained silent, then smiled, a smile that made nearby officials nervous. Interesting. Very interesting. Most officials stole money from large projects. Lian seemed determined to create large projects first. The emperor wasn't sure whether Lian was a genius or completely insane. Perhaps both. Either way, he wanted to see how this road would end. The entire empire would soon be watching as well. Chapter 17. The Road That Shook the Empire. 3 months later, the Million Tael Road project was nearly complete, and the entire empire was talking about it. Officials talked about it. Merchants talked about it. Scholars talked about it. Even Emperor Zhao Long was receiving weekly reports. For a road project. A single road project. This had never happened before. Naturally, Lian was delighted. The more attention the project received, the larger the future scandal would become. And the larger the scandal, the closer he would be to execution. Everything was finally coming together. High in the eastern mountains, thousands of workers labored day and night. Massive stone bridges stretched across deep valleys. Wide roads cut through cliffs. New villages appeared along the route. What had once been an isolated wilderness was rapidly transforming into a major trade corridor. Princess Zhao Ning stood atop a ridge overlooking the project. For several minutes, she said nothing. The sight was breathtaking. The chief engineer smiled proudly. Beautiful, isn't it? The princess nodded. It is. Then her expression darkened, which makes it even more confusing. The engineer blinked. Confusing? Very. She pointed toward the road. How does a corrupt official create something like this? The engineer immediately laughed, a loud, genuine laugh. Corrupt? The princess narrowed her eyes. You're saying he isn't? The engineer hesitated, then sighed. I honestly don't know anymore. Lian was reviewing financial statements. His smile widened with every page. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. The project budget had exceeded 1,000,000 taels. The accounting records looked suspicious enough to terrify any auditor. The corruption fund now contained more silver than some counties generated in years. This was perfect. Exactly perfect. The chief clerk entered, looking pale, very pale. Leon immediately became interested. What happened? Your Excellency. The clerk swallowed. The Imperial Audit Bureau is coming. Leon froze, then slowly stood, then slowly smiled. The clerk stepped backward. That smile wasn't normal. Not even slightly normal. An audit? Yes. Leon's hands trembled. At last, the capital was taking action. A full Imperial audit. This was exactly what he had been waiting for. 1 week later, the Imperial audit team arrived. Unlike the previous inspectors, these people were feared throughout the empire. They specialized in one thing: destroying corrupt officials. Many governors feared them more than the emperor himself. When news spread that they were coming, local officials panicked. Merchants panicked. Administrators panicked. Only Leon looked excited, suspiciously excited. The lead auditor, Xu Jian, arrived at the prefectural office. His reputation was legendary. In 20 years of service, he had never failed to uncover corruption. Never. As he entered the meeting hall, he immediately saw Leon, the famous prefect, the most honest corrupt official in the empire. Xu Jian frowned. He already hated that title. It sounded ridiculous. The investigation began immediately. Thousands of documents were reviewed. Hundreds of accounts were examined. Every transaction was analyzed. After 3 days, Xu Jian became confused. After 5 days, he became frustrated. He became angry. Nothing made sense. Every suspicious transaction led somewhere legitimate. Every missing fund eventually reappeared. Every apparent crime somehow benefited the public. The auditors were losing their minds. On the 8th day, Xu Jian burst into Leon's office. Explain this. He slammed down a ledger. Leon glanced at it. Oh? Xu Jian pointed furiously. 300,000 taels disappeared from this account. Leon nodded. Correct. Then where did it go? Leon casually flipped several pages. There. Xu Jian followed the records, then froze. The money had funded bridge construction. Legally. Properly. Completely. Xu Jian's eye twitched. Fine. He grabbed another ledger. What about this? Leon looked. Tunnel construction. Another ledger. Road maintenance. Another. Worker salaries. Another. School funding. Another. Irrigation projects. Xu Jian slowly lowered the documents. For the first time in his career, he felt helpless. That night, the auditors gathered privately. Everyone looked exhausted. One young auditor finally spoke. Senior Xu, what? Is Lord Li actually corrupt? The room became silent. Nobody knew. Technically, yes. Legally, yes. Maybe not? Xu Jian rubbed his forehead. I've investigated criminals for 20 years. The room listened carefully. And this is the first time I've wanted to arrest someone, while simultaneously wanting to promote them. He paused. While simultaneously wanting to promote them. Nobody laughed, because everyone felt the same way. The next morning, something unexpected happened. A merchant caravan arrived from the eastern mountains. Then another, and another, and another. By noon, hundreds of merchants crowded the city gates. The road was working, months ahead of schedule. Trade exploded instantly. Goods previously requiring weeks to transport now moved within days. Market prices dropped, profits increased, tax revenues surged. The entire prefecture celebrated. Leon looked horrified. This wasn't supposed to happen so quickly. The chief clerk blinked. What? Nothing. Leon sighed. Every successful project made execution harder. This was becoming a serious problem. That evening, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life 11. Legendary deaths completed 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution 39.7%. Leon smiled. Almost 40%. Excellent. Then another notification appeared. Warning. Current reputation among population has reached historic levels. Leon's smile vanished. How historic? Current nickname. The People's Prefect. Leon nearly smashed the table. Again. Another nickname. Another reputation boost. Why couldn't people simply hate him? Was that really so difficult? Far away in the imperial capital, Emperor Zhao Long received the audit report. After reading it, he remained silent for a long time. Very long. Finally, Minister Sun Rong spoke. Your Majesty? The Emperor looked up. What do you think of Leon? Sun Rong hesitated. That was a dangerous question. Very dangerous. Finally, he answered honestly. I think he's insane. The Emperor laughed, for nearly a minute, then nodded. I agree. The ministers exchanged glances. The Emperor's smile slowly faded. Then he looked toward the eastern horizon, toward Qing River Prefecture, toward the man causing headaches across the empire. Send another decree. The ministers froze. Another decree? What kind of decree? The Emperor's next words made several officials turn pale. Promote him again. Thousands of miles away, Leon suddenly sneezed, then sneezed again, then a third time. A terrifying chill ran down his spine. He didn't know why, but somewhere deep inside, he felt that disaster was approaching. And unfortunately for him, he was absolutely correct. Chapter 18. The Promotion from Hell. The imperial decree arrived at dawn. The moment the golden carriage entered Qing River City, every official's face changed. An imperial decree. Again. This could only mean one thing. Promotion. After all, that was what happened every time Leon committed corruption. Nobody understood why, but it kept happening. Unfortunately, Leon understood exactly what it meant. Disaster. Pure disaster. Inside the prefectural hall, hundreds of officials gathered, merchants gathered, military officers gathered, even Princess Zhao Ning attended quietly from the crowd. The imperial messenger unrolled the decree. His voice echoed through the hall. By the mandate of heaven, Leon closed his eyes. Maybe this time the emperor had finally come to his senses. The messenger continued. Prefect Leon has demonstrated exceptional ability in governance. Leon's heart sank. Bad start. Very bad start. Trade has flourished. Worse. Tax revenues have increased. Even worse. Public welfare has improved. This was becoming a nightmare. The hall became silent. Everyone waited. Leon silently prayed. Please be execution. Please be execution. Please be execution. The messenger smiled. Leon is hereby promoted to governor of the eastern provinces. Silence. Absolute silence. Then the world exploded. Governor. Not prefect. Governor. One of the highest positions below the imperial court itself. A position controlling multiple prefectures, millions of citizens, vast territories, enormous tax revenues, immense authority. Most officials spent their entire lives pursuing such a rank. Leon nearly fainted. The chief clerk nearly fainted. The auditors nearly fainted. Only Princess Zhao Ning laughed, a soft, amused laugh, because she had watched Leon's face. And unlike every ambitious official in history, he looked horrified. That evening, Leon locked himself inside his office. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 28.1%. Leon stared, then stared again, then screamed. It went down again? Promotion detected. Execution probability reduced. Leon slammed his forehead against the desk, repeatedly. This was torture. Actual torture. The more corruption he committed, the higher he climbed. The harder execution became. The system offered no sympathy. Meanwhile, Princess Zhao Ning sat beneath a pavilion overlooking a lake. For the first time in weeks, she was smiling. Her maid looked curious. "Your Highness?" "What? You seem happy." The princess nodded. "I am." "Because Lord Li was promoted?" "No." The maid blinked. "Then why?" Zhao Ning's smile widened. "Because he hated it." The maid froze, then slowly realized something. Her Highness wasn't interested in Leon anymore. She was entertained by him. That was far more dangerous. 3 days later, the farewell ceremony began, and it was far larger than Yan County's. Much larger. Thousands of people packed the streets. Many cried openly. Merchants closed shops for the day. Workers abandoned construction sites. Entire villages traveled to the city. The scene shocked even imperial officials. One elderly farmer knelt before Leon. "Governor Li." Leon winced. He hated that title already. The old man wiped away tears. "You saved us." Nearby villagers nodded. Before Leon arrived, many mountain communities had been isolated and poor. Now trade flowed through the region. Businesses flourished. Children attended schools. Families prospered. Leon felt strangely uncomfortable. He had lived hundreds of years across many lives. He had seen countless farewells, yet this one felt different, very different. Princess Zhao Ning watched from a nearby hill. The imperial guards stood behind her. The captain spoke quietly. "Your Highness." "Yes? Will you return to the capital?" The princess looked toward the departing convoy. For several moments she remained silent, then smiled. "No." The captain froze. "What?" The princess casually mounted her horse. "The eastern provinces sound interesting." The captain felt a headache coming, a terrible headache, because he understood immediately. She intended to follow Leon. Again. Meanwhile, Leon's convoy traveled eastward. The journey would take nearly a month. For the first week, everything remained peaceful. Then trouble arrived. On the 8th day, a military messenger appeared, covered in dust, exhausted, terrified. The man rushed forward. "Governor Li." Leon frowned. "What happened?" The messenger swallowed, then answered, "Bandits." Leon blinked. "Bandits?" The messenger nodded. "A major bandit coalition." The convoy became silent. The messenger continued. "They've united." That wasn't normal. Bandits rarely cooperated, especially not large groups. The messenger looked pale. Current estimates placed their numbers at over 30,000. Everyone froze. 30,000? That wasn't a bandit group. That was an army. Later that night, Leon reviewed the reports. His expression gradually changed, then changed again. He smiled. The guards nearby stepped away nervously. They recognized that smile. It was never good. 30,000 bandits. An enormous crisis. A threat to imperial stability. If handled badly, someone important could be blamed. Someone like a newly appointed governor. Leon's eyes sparkled. At last, an opportunity. Not corruption, not politics, not accounting, a genuine disaster. The kind that could actually get him executed. A familiar blue screen appeared. Emergency event detected. Bandit coalition uprising. Threat level high. Potential outcome, death, execution, military failure, unknown. Leon slowly stood. For the first time in months, he felt genuine excitement. Not because people were suffering, not because of danger, but because fate had finally presented something different. A path that didn't involve corruption. A path that might actually lead to failure. And failure could finally lead to execution. Far away in the imperial capital, Emperor Zhao Long received news of the uprising. His expression darkened. 30,000 bandits was no small matter. Then he received another report. A report confirming that Li Yan was already traveling toward the affected region. The emperor relaxed slightly. Good. A minister nodded. Your Majesty believes Governor Li can handle it? Zhao Long smiled, a dangerous smile. I have no idea. The minister blinked. What? The emperor looked toward the eastern horizon. But somehow, he paused. Things always work out around him. Thousands of miles away, Li Yan sneezed. Then sneezed again. For some reason, he felt deeply insulted. H2, Chapter 19. The Bandit King. 3 days later, Li Yan officially arrived in the eastern provinces. His new headquarters was located in East River City, the provincial capital. Normally, a newly appointed governor would spend weeks inspecting officials and reviewing reports. Li Yan skipped all of that. The moment he arrived, he demanded one thing. Show me the bandit reports. The officials exchanged surprised looks. The governor wasn't interested in ceremonies, not interested in banquets, not interested in power. Strange, very strange. Inside the governor's office, maps covered the walls. Military reports piled across the table. Li Yan studied them carefully, for the first time in months. He looked serious. The eastern provinces were in trouble. Real trouble. The bandit coalition wasn't simply large, it was organized. Extremely organized. 30,000 fighters, dozens of fortified camps, a unified command structure, efficient supply lines. This wasn't a gang. This was a rebel army. Li Yan frowned. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Bandits didn't suddenly become military geniuses. Someone was leading them. Someone capable. Someone dangerous. That evening, the provincial generals gathered. Most were veterans, battle-hardened soldiers who had spent decades fighting wars. When Li Yan entered the room, several officers looked disappointed. A scholar. Another scholar. The empire loved appointing scholars. Unfortunately, scholars usually knew nothing about war. General Han Wei folded his arms. Governor, General. The two men studied each other. Neither spoke for several seconds. Finally, Han Wei broke the silence. Have you ever commanded troops? Li Yan smiled. No. Several officers sighed. Exactly what they expected. Then Li Yan casually added, I've only fought in 7 wars. Silence. Every general froze. Han Wei blinked. What? Li Yan immediately realized his mistake. Again he coughed. I mean, his brain raced. I've studied 7 wars. The room relaxed. Barely. The meeting continued. A large map was spread across the table. General Han pointed toward the mountains. The bandits control this region. Li Yan nodded. What do we know about their leader? The generals exchanged glances. Finally someone answered. Very little. Li Yan frowned. That was unusual. Name? No confirmed information. Origin? Unknown. Background? Unknown. The room became silent. Li Yan's expression darkened. An enemy without information was dangerous. Very dangerous. Then a messenger burst into the room. Emergency report. Everyone turned. The messenger looked pale, terrified. Another fortress has fallen. The room exploded into chaos. The fortress protected a major trade route. Its commander had nearly 5,000 soldiers. Yet it had fallen in 2 days. 2 days. General Han slammed his fist onto the table. Impossible. The messenger swallowed. The defenders say the bandits predicted every move. Silence. Leon narrowed his eyes. Predicted every move? That sounded familiar. Very familiar. Not like a bandit, like a strategist. A real strategist. Late that night, Leon sat alone, reviewing battle reports. Hours passed. Then, suddenly, his eyes widened. He found it. A pattern. The attacks weren't random. The enemy commander consistently targeted supply lines first, communications second, fortifications third. The same order, every time. A smile slowly appeared on Leon's face. The generals would have been terrified if they saw it, because whenever Leon smiled like that, someone was about to suffer. The next morning, a military council was called. Every senior officer attended. Leon stood before the map, then pointed at 3 locations. These are the next targets. The generals frowned. What? Leon pointed again. These. Hanwei shook his head. Impossible. Why? Those locations aren't strategically important. Leon smiled. They are. The generals exchanged glances. Nobody understood. Finally Hanwei sighed. Governor. Yes? How can you be so certain? Leon answered honestly. Because that's what I'd do. The room froze. What? Leon immediately coughed. Again, if I were the enemy. Smooth. Very smooth. Deep within the mountains, a massive fortress overlooked the valleys below. Thousands of bandits filled the camp. At its center stood a young man wearing black armor. Tall, handsome, calm, dangerously calm. This was the mysterious Bandit King, the man responsible for uniting 30,000 outlaws. A lieutenant approached. My lord, what is it? Our scouts report that the new governor has arrived. The Bandit King smiled. A scholar? Yes. The lieutenant laughed. Then victory is certain. The Bandit King didn't laugh. Instead, he looked toward the horizon. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Then another scout arrived, breathing heavily. My lord, what happened? The scout swallowed. The governor predicted our next attack. Silence. The Bandit King's smile disappeared. Slowly, very slowly, for the first time in months, his expression became serious. Back in East River City, the general stared in disbelief. Because Leon's prediction had come true. Exactly. Every target, every movement, every attack. Perfectly accurate. The officers looked at him as though seeing a monster. General Han finally spoke. Governor, are you secretly a military strategist? Leon sighed. If only they knew. Across 11 lifetimes, he had been many things. Scholar, merchant, general, prince, prime minister, even emperor once. Military strategy wasn't particularly difficult after that. Unfortunately, he couldn't tell them any of that. No, he smiled. I'm just guessing. Nobody believed him, not even slightly. That night, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life 11. Legendary deaths completed 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution 42.8%. Leon nodded. Good. The crisis was dangerous enough to increase execution potential. Then another notification appeared. Warning. Military reputation increasing rapidly. Leon froze. What? Current title among soldiers, the Divine Strategist. Leon nearly screamed. Another title. Again. Why did people keep giving him titles? Couldn't they simply call him corrupt? Was that really so difficult? Far away in the mountains, the Bandit King stood atop the fortress walls, watching the distant horizon. For months, everything had gone according to plan. Every battle, every conquest, every victory, until now. Slowly, he smiled. A dangerous smile. Interesting. The lieutenant looked confused. My lord. The Bandit King's eyes narrowed. At last. At last what? A worthy opponent. Miles away, Leon suddenly sneezed, then sneezed again, then a third time. For some reason, he felt as though someone troublesome had noticed him. And unfortunately, he was right. Because for the first time since arriving in the eastern provinces, Leon had caught the attention of someone who might actually be his equal. Someone brilliant, someone dangerous, someone who could completely ruin his plans. The war between the governor and the bandit king had officially begun. Chapter 20. The First Move. The Eastern Provinces. Governor's Headquarters. The atmosphere was tense. For the past week, the mysterious bandit king had remained silent. No attacks, no raids, no troop movements, nothing. And that worried Lian far more than open warfare. A smart enemy was dangerous. A patient smart enemy was terrifying. Inside the war room, General Han Wei pointed at the map. "Governor, what?" "Our scouts report no activity." Lian nodded. "Exactly." The generals exchanged confused looks. "Wasn't that good news?" Lian sighed. "An enemy doesn't unite 30,000 bandits and then suddenly become lazy." Silence. Everyone understood immediately. The bandit king was planning something. Something big. Thousands of kilometers away, deep within the mountains, the bandit king stood before a giant sand table. Wooden markers represented cities, forts, roads, and armies. Several commanders surrounded him. One lieutenant looked confused. "My lord." "Yes?" "Why aren't we attacking?" The bandit king smiled. "Because our opponent isn't stupid." The room became quiet. That statement alone shocked everyone. For months their leader had mocked imperial officials. He was praising one. The bandit king pointed at East River City. "Lian." His smile widened. "Interesting man." One of the commanders frowned. "Should we assassinate him?" The room fell silent. The bandit king considered it, then shook his head. "No." The commanders looked surprised. "Why not?" The bandit king's eyes narrowed. "If he dies now, this game ends." The room became even quieter. Game? To everyone else, this was a rebellion. To their leader, it had become a competition. A battle of minds. Leon sneezed. Twice. Then 3 times. The generals stared. General Han hesitated. "Governor?" Leon rubbed his nose. "I think someone is talking about me." The room laughed. Only Leon wasn't joking. After 11 lifetimes, his instincts were rarely wrong. Someone dangerous was thinking about him. That afternoon, an urgent report arrived. A scout burst into the room. "Emergency." Everyone stood. "What happened?" The scout swallowed. "The bandits attacked." General Han immediately grabbed the map. "Where?" The scout pointed. Then everyone froze, including Leon. The target wasn't a city. It wasn't a fort. It wasn't a supply depot. The bandits had attacked a tiny abandoned village, a place with no strategic value whatsoever. General Han frowned. "Why?" Another report arrived. Another attack. Another abandoned location. Then another, and another. Within a week, the bandits had attacked 7 meaningless targets. The generals became frustrated. Nothing made sense. Only Leon remained silent. Very silent. Because he recognized the pattern. The attacks themselves didn't matter. The locations did. The bandit king wasn't attacking. He was probing. Testing. Measuring reactions. Learning. The realization made Leon smile. The generals immediately became nervous. Whenever Leon smiled during a military briefing, something shocking usually followed. That evening, Leon ordered every attack location marked on a map. Then he connected them with lines. General Han stared, then blinked again. What? The lines formed a shape. Not a military formation, not a supply route, a circle, a giant circle. And at the center of that circle was East River City, the provincial capital. The room exploded. General Han slammed the table. The bandits are targeting us. Leon shook his head. Not yet. The general froze. What? Leon pointed at the map. He's studying us. Every attack had been designed to observe response times, troop movements, communication speed, supply efficiency. The Bandit King was collecting information, like a hunter studying prey. The room became silent. Several officers suddenly felt chills, because if Leon was right, their enemy was far smarter than anyone imagined. Far away in the mountains, the Bandit King received fresh intelligence reports. Every troop movement, every response, every reaction. A smile appeared on his face. His opponent had figured it out. Excellent. Very excellent. Most officials would still be confused. Leon wasn't. The Bandit King looked toward the south. Governor Lee. For the first time in years, he felt excitement. Real excitement. The kind he had only experienced once before. Long ago. Before he became the Bandit King. Before he abandoned everything. That night, Leon sat alone. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 46.9%. Leon nodded. Good. The rebellion was becoming more dangerous. Then another notification appeared. Warning, opponent intelligence level extremely high. Leon smiled. For once, that wasn't bad news. A smarter enemy meant a greater chance of failure. And failure meant possibility. Actual possibility. Perhaps this rebellion could finally accomplish what corruption never could. Perhaps he could lose. Perhaps he could be blamed. He could finally be executed. The next morning, an imperial messenger arrived from the capital. The messenger looked exhausted. He immediately handed over a sealed letter. Leon opened it, then froze. The letter contained only one sentence, written personally by Emperor Zhao Long. I trust you to handle this. Leon stared, then stared again, then slowly lowered the letter. His expression became blank, completely blank. General Han looked worried. Governor? Leon looked toward the sky. Why? The general blinked. Why what? Leon pointed toward the capital. I've spent years trying to convince that man I'm incompetent. Silence. Ibar. The generals decided not to ask. Probably safer that way. Far away in the imperial palace, Emperor Zhao Long smiled as he reviewed military reports. For some reason, he felt strangely confident. And that confidence would soon become Leon's greatest problem. Because the Bandit King had finally made his move. And the real war was about to begin. Chapter 21. The Trap. The war had begun. Not with swords, not with arrows, but with information. Governor Leon and the Bandit King had yet to meet face to face. Yet each move they made was already aimed at the other. The eastern provinces had become a giant chessboard, and millions of lives were the pieces. 3 days after receiving Emperor Zhao Long's letter, a new report arrived. General Han Wei stormed into the war room. Governor! Leon looked up from his tea. What now? The bandits have finally moved. Instantly, every officer became alert. This was it. The real attack. General Han pointed at the map. Their main force has left the mountains. Leon frowned. That was faster than expected. How many? 25,000. The room became silent. A force that size could destroy cities, crush armies, topple provinces. This was no longer a rebellion. It was practically a civil war. The generals immediately began discussing defenses. We should reinforce East River City. No, protect the southern supply routes. We need to mobilize every available soldier. Arguments erupted throughout the room. Only Leon remained silent, watching, thinking. Then suddenly, he stood. The room immediately quieted. Everyone stared at him. Leon walked toward the map, then pointed at a location, a tiny location, a completely insignificant location. General Han frowned. Governor? Leon smiled. The bandits aren't attacking East River. The room froze. What? They aren't attacking the south. What? They aren't attacking any major city. The generals looked confused. If not the cities, then what were 25,000 bandits doing? Lian tapped the map. Right in the center, a small fortress called Black Rock Pass. The room exploded. Impossible. It's worthless. It only has 500 defenders. General Han shook his head. Why would they attack there? Lian smiled. Because I'd attack there. Silence. Everyone noticed he said that phrase far too often. Several officers studied the map. Slowly, their expressions changed, then changed again, then turned pale, because they finally understood. Black Rock Pass wasn't important by itself, but it controlled 3 mountain routes. Capture it, and the entire provincial defense network was split in half. The enemy wouldn't need to attack cities. The cities would become isolated naturally. General Han stared at the map, then at Lian, then back at the map. A cold sweat appeared on his forehead. The bandit king was terrifying, but somehow, the governor had predicted everything. Again, orders were issued immediately. 10,000 soldiers marched toward Black Rock Pass. Additional supplies followed. Archers reinforced the walls. The entire fortress transformed overnight. Just in time, because 2 days later, the bandit king's army appeared, exactly where Lian predicted. High atop a mountain ridge, the bandit king observed the fortress. His expression remained calm, but his lieutenant looked horrified. My lord. Al, what? They knew. The bandit king nodded. Yes. The lieutenant swallowed. How? The bandit king smiled. A small smile. A dangerous smile. Because he's good. For the first time, he felt genuine excitement. His opponent had seen through the trap. Perfectly. Back at East River City, celebrations erupted. The enemy plan had been exposed. The fortress was safe. The army was prepared. The province had been saved. Everyone praised Governor Lee. Everyone except Governor Lee. He looked depressed. Very depressed. The chief secretary finally couldn't take it anymore. Governor. What? We just prevented a disaster. Yes. We saved thousands of lives. Yes. We outsmarted the enemy. Yes. The secretary hesitated. Then why do you look unhappy? Lian stared into the distance. Because success was the problem. Every victory pushed execution further away. But he couldn't exactly explain that. That night, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life 11. Legendary deaths completed 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution 51.3%. Lian blinked, then blinked again. Progress exceeded 50%. Halfway. Finally. A genuine milestone. He smiled. Then another notification appeared. Warning. Reputation growth accelerating. Leon immediately frowned. How bad? Current military title, the Guardian of the Eastern Provinces. Leon nearly threw the table out the window. Another title. Again. Why? Why did everyone insist on giving him heroic titles? He was literally trying to get executed. Meanwhile, in the Imperial Palace, Princess Zhao Ning had finally returned, at least physically. Mentally, she was still thinking about Leon. The Emperor noticed immediately. You seem distracted. Zhao Ning smiled. A little. The Emperor laughed. Still thinking about Governor Lee? The princess froze, then narrowed her eyes. You knew? The Emperor laughed harder. You've been reading reports about him every day. You aren't subtle. The princess sighed. Fair point. The Emperor became thoughtful. What do you think of him? The princess was silent for several moments, then answered honestly, "I think he's lonely." The emperor blinked. That wasn't the answer he expected. "What makes you say that?" Zhao Ning looked toward the distant eastern horizon. "Everyone sees a hero, yes. Everyone sees a genius, yes. Everyone sees a loyal official, yes." She smiled faintly. "But every time he's praised, he looks disappointed." The emperor's expression changed. For the first time, someone had noticed. Far away in the bandit camp, the bandit king stood alone beneath the moon. The failed attack didn't bother him. Not really. In fact, he was smiling, because he had finally confirmed something. Governor Leon wasn't lucky. He wasn't overrated, and he certainly wasn't ordinary. The bandit king looked toward the distant province capital, then quietly spoke. "Governor," his eyes gleamed, "the next move will be mine." A cold wind swept across the mountains. The war had only begun, and for the first time since arriving in this world, Leon was facing an opponent who might actually defeat him. An opponent smart enough to exploit his greatest weakness. Not his army, not his reputation. Chapter 22. The Governor's Weakness. 3 days after the failed assault on Black Rock Pass, the eastern provinces fell into an uneasy calm. No major battles, no surprise attacks, no military movements. It was quiet, far too quiet, and both sides knew it. Deep within the mountains, the Bandit King's headquarters buzzed with activity. Maps covered every wall, reports filled every table. Scouts came and went constantly. A lieutenant entered, carrying a thick stack of documents. "My lord," the lieutenant said. The Bandit King looked up. "What did you find?" The lieutenant placed the documents on the table. "Everything we could gather about Governor Li." The Bandit King smiled. Finally. For hours he read. Yan County, Qing River Prefecture, the Million Tail Road, the corruption reports, the audits, the promotions, the military victories. The stranger Leon became. Most officials had obvious weaknesses. Greed, pride, power, fear. Leon had none, or at least none that anyone could identify. The Bandit King closed the final report, then frowned. Something was missing. A veteran strategist approached. "My lord?" The Bandit King tapped the table. "What do all these reports say?" The strategist hesitated. "That he's brilliant, and popular, and successful." The Bandit King nodded. "Exactly. Every report described achievements, not the man himself. Everyone knew what Leon had done. Nobody knew why." A scout arrived from East River City, breathing heavily. "My lord." The Bandit King looked up. "What happened?" The scout hesitated, then handed over a small notebook. "We intercepted this." The room became silent. The notebook belonged to one of Leon's secretaries. The Bandit King opened it, then froze. Inside was a list of comments collected over the past year. Things Leon had said. Random observations, complaints, conversations. Most were harmless. Then he reached one particular entry, and smiled. The entry read, "Every promotion is a disaster." The Bandit King blinked, then read it again. Then again, a slow smile spread across his face. Interesting. Very interesting. What kind of official hated promotions? He continued reading. More strange entries appeared. Success creates problems. People need to stop praising me. Why won't the emperor execute me? The room fell silent. Even the veteran strategist looked confused. What does that mean? The Bandit King laughed. For the first time in days, a genuine laugh. "I don't know." And that made it valuable. East River City. Lian sat in the governor's office reviewing military reports. General Han entered, looking worried. "What now?" Lian sighed. Every time someone said that, bad news followed. Han placed a report on the table. Our spies discovered unusual activity. Lian looked up. Where? The bandit camps. What kind of activity? Han hesitated, then answered. They've stopped studying our army. Lian froze. That wasn't good. Not good at all. Then what are they studying? Han swallowed. Silence. Lian slowly lowered the report. The room became very quiet. Very, very quiet. Because that was dangerous. Extremely dangerous. An enemy studying troop movements was normal. An enemy studying him personally was not. The chief secretary looked nervous. Governor? Lian rubbed his forehead. He's figured it out. What? The Bandit King. The room waited. Lian sighed. He stopped fighting the army. The generals exchanged glances, then slowly realized what he meant. The enemy wasn't trying to defeat the province anymore. The Bandit King made his move. Thousands of notices appeared throughout the eastern provinces. Every city, every town, every village. The notices contained only a few lines, but they spread like wildfire. The announcement read, "To Governor Li An, you are the most capable man in the empire. The people love you. The soldiers respect you. The emperor trusts you. I challenge you personally. 3 months from now, 1 battle, 1 victor. If I lose, I will surrender. If you lose, the eastern provinces belong to me." The Bandit King. The empire exploded. News spread everywhere. Merchants discussed it. Scholars debated it. Soldiers argued about it. Even the imperial capital became obsessed. A direct challenge, not to the army, not to the emperor, to Li An, personally. Princess Cao Ning read the notice 3 times, then smiled, a dangerous smile. He found it. Her maid blinked. Found what? The truth. The maid looked confused. The princess folded the notice. The Bandit King realized the same thing I did. What? Li An isn't the province's greatest strength. She looked toward the east. He's the province itself. Meanwhile, Li An stared at the notice, then stared some more, then slowly sat down. He looked genuinely troubled. Not because of the challenge, not because of the danger, but because he understood exactly what the Bandit King was doing. The man had found his weakness. Not greed, not power, not reputation. Responsibility. If Li An ignored the challenge, people would suffer. If he accepted, millions would place their hopes on him. Either way, he would be trapped. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary Death System. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 58.7%. Li An blinked. Nearly 60%, the highest it had ever been. The system added another message. Warning, major fate event approaching. Probability of death increased. For several seconds, Li An simply stared. Then, slowly, very slowly, he smiled. Because for the first time since arriving in this life, he could see it. A genuine path toward death. Not through corruption, not through politics, but through war. Far away in the mountains, the Bandit King stood atop a cliff beneath the moonlight. His eyes looked toward East River City, toward his greatest opponent, and for the first time, the 2 men were finally preparing for the same battle. One wanted victory, the other secretly wanted defeat. Neither realized how dangerous that difference would become. H2. Chapter 23. The Battle Nobody Understood. The Bandit King's challenge shook the empire. For weeks, it dominated every conversation. Tea houses debated it. Markets discussed it. Officials argued over it. Even the imperial court split into factions. Some believed Li An should refuse. Others demanded he accept. The emperor remained silent, which only made everyone more nervous. HR. East River City. Governor's office. General Han Wei slammed both hands onto a table. You cannot accept. The other generals immediately nodded. Absolutely not. It's too dangerous. It could be a trap. Li Yan quietly drank his tea. The room became even more frustrated. Governor, Li Yan sighed. What? General Han pointed at the challenge letter. If something happens to you, the entire province could collapse. Li Yan almost smiled. That sounded wonderful. Unfortunately, he couldn't say that. Instead, he asked, what happens if I refuse? The room became silent. Everyone knew the answer. The Bandit King would use the refusal as propaganda. People would lose confidence. The rebels would gain momentum. The province would suffer. General Han slowly sat down. Damn it. That evening, Li Yan walked alone through East River City. The streets were crowded. Lanterns illuminated the night. Merchants sold food. Children played games. Ordinary people lived ordinary lives. As he watched them, a strange feeling settled over him. Across 11 lives, he had seen countless cities, countless kingdoms, countless people. Yet every life ended the same way. Death, rebirth, another world, another identity, another beginning. For the first time, he wondered if he was tired. The thought surprised him. Suddenly, a familiar voice interrupted his thoughts. You look troubled. Li Yan didn't even turn around. Princess. Princess Zhao Ning smiled. You knew it was me? You always appear when I'm having a bad day. The princess laughed. That's surprisingly accurate. For several moments, they walked in silence. Then she asked, Are you going to accept? Li Yan looked toward the stars. Probably. The princess studied him carefully. Unlike everyone else, she noticed something strange. He wasn't worried about losing. He wasn't worried about dying. He looked almost hopeful. The next morning, an official response was sent. The Empire held its breath. The letter contained only one sentence. I accept, Governor Li Yan. The moment the announcement spread, the entire eastern provinces erupted. The challenge was official. 3 months, 1 battle, 1 outcome. Far away in the mountains, the Bandit King received the response, then smiled. A genuine smile. He accepted. The strategist beside him nodded. As expected. The Bandit King looked toward the east. Good. Very good. Because he had spent the last month studying Li Yan, and the more he learned, the more fascinated he became. The man was unlike anyone he had ever met. Meanwhile, preparations for the battle began. The imperial army gathered. Provincial troops mobilized. Supply lines expanded. Fortifications were reinforced. The entire province entered a state of readiness. Only Li Yan behaved differently. Instead of preparing battle plans, he spent most of his time reviewing local administration reports. The generals were horrified. One afternoon, General Han finally snapped. Governor. Li Yan looked up. What? The decisive battle is 2 months away. Yes. We need strategy. Yes. We need planning. Yes. We need preparation. Yes. Han stared. Then, why are you reading irrigation reports? Li Yan looked at the document. Oh, he had forgotten what he was doing. Actually, he had been thinking about something else entirely. The system. For the first time in years, the system had become unusually active. Every day, new notifications appeared. Major fate event approaching. Probability of legendary death increasing. Then another. Warning. Future outcome unclear. Then another. Rare opportunity detected. Li Yan stared at the messages. Unclear outcome? That almost never happened. The system usually predicted events with frightening accuracy. Then something enormous was coming. Several days later, a messenger arrived from the capital. The moment Leon saw the imperial seal, he frowned. This couldn't be good. He opened the letter, then froze, then read it again, then a third time. General Han looked worried. What happened? Leon handed over the letter. Han read it, then nearly fainted. The Emperor's message contained a single order. Win. Nothing else. No advice, no instructions, just one word. Win. General Han looked terrified. The Emperor himself is watching. Leon looked depressed. Very depressed. This was the exact opposite of what he wanted. Far away in the imperial palace, Emperor Zhao Long stood by a window overlooking the capital. A minister approached. Your Majesty. What? Do you truly trust Governor Li? The Emperor laughed. A long laugh, then shook his head. No. The minister blinked. No? I don't trust him at all. Ah. The minister was completely lost. The Emperor smiled. Because every time I think I understand him, he does something ridiculous. The Bandit King finally completed his preparations. 30,000 elite fighters, months of supplies, countless hidden plans. Everything was ready. He stood atop the fortress walls. The cold wind blew through his black robes. A lieutenant approached. My lord. Yes? Are you nervous? The Bandit King considered the question, then smiled. A little. The lieutenant froze. He had never heard that answer before. Never. Because the Bandit King feared no general, no governor, no army. Yet somehow, Leon was different. That same night, Leon sat alone on a rooftop, overlooking East River City. The moon hung high above. For a long time, he remained silent. Then the blue screen appeared again. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 66.2%. Leon smiled. 66%. Closer than ever before. The screen flickered, then displayed something new. Special notification. Probability of death during upcoming battle, 37%. Leon froze, then slowly stood, then read it again. 37%. Not execution, not political disaster, actual death. The highest probability he had seen in centuries. For the first time since entering this life, his heart began beating faster. Because after all these years, after all these failures, after all these promotions, the impossible might finally be within reach. And somewhere far away, beneath the same moon, the Bandit King stared toward the eastern horizon, unaware that his greatest enemy was secretly rooting for his own defeat. H2, Chapter 24. The Man Behind the Mask. 1 month remained until the decisive battle. The entire empire was watching. The eastern provinces prepared for war. The imperial court prepared for war. Even distant kingdoms had begun paying attention. Yet the two men at the center of it all were doing something completely unexpected. They were investigating each other. Deep within the mountains, the Bandit King sat alone in his study. A thick stack of reports covered his desk. Every page concerned one person, Leon. For weeks, he had searched for answers, and for weeks, he had found only contradictions. The governor was a scholar, yet he understood warfare. He was corrupt, yet he enriched the people. He hated promotions, yet kept earning them. Nothing made sense. A lieutenant entered. My lord. The Bandit King looked up. What is it? We discovered something. Immediately, the room grew quiet. The lieutenant handed over a report. The Bandit King read it, then froze, then read it again, then a third time. His expression slowly changed. For the first time, he looked shocked. The report contained records from Leon's childhood. Most were ordinary. Then came something strange. Very strange. At the age of 7, Leon had accurately predicted a flood. At 9, he predicted a locust plague. At 12, he corrected several scholars regarding military history. He defeated adults in strategy games without effort. The Bandit King's eyes narrowed. This wasn't talent. This was experience. Meanwhile, East River City. Leon had reached a similar conclusion. The Bandit King wasn't normal. No ordinary rebel could accomplish what he had. No ordinary strategist could unite 30,000 bandits. No ordinary man could challenge an entire province. Something was wrong. Very wrong. That afternoon, Leon reviewed newly captured intelligence. Then suddenly froze. A name appeared. A name buried within old military records. A name he recognized. Or rather, a title. The Black Dragon Strategist. Leon's eyes widened. A military genius had briefly appeared in the northern frontier. He had won impossible battles, defeated superior armies, predicted enemy movements perfectly, then vanished overnight. Nobody ever discovered his identity. Most believed he was dead. Leon slowly smiled. Now things made sense. The Bandit King wasn't merely a rebel. He was a genuine military prodigy, the kind born once every generation. That night, both men stood beneath the same moon, separated by hundreds of kilometers, thinking the same thing. Interesting. The next morning, a messenger arrived at the governor's office. The guards immediately became alarmed. The man carried no weapons, no armor, no escort, only a sealed letter for Governor Leon. The letter was opened in the war room. Generals gathered around nervously. Leon unfolded the paper, then blinked. The letter contained only one question. Who are you? The Bandit King. The room became silent. General Han frowned. That's it? Leon nodded. That's it. The generals looked confused. Why send such a message? Only Leon understood. The Bandit King had reached the same conclusion he had. Neither man fit the role they appeared to play. Leon picked up a brush. Without hesitation, he wrote a reply. The generals leaned closer. Curious, very curious. Leon finished writing, then sealed the letter. General Han grabbed it, and immediately looked confused. P. Governor. S. P. What? Are you serious? Leon nodded, completely. The reply contained only 4 words. S.P. I'm asking that too. The messenger departed. The generals stared. The governor stared. And somewhere in the mountains, the Bandit King received the response, then laughed. Laughed harder than he had in years. For several minutes, the lieutenants looked terrified. Their leader rarely laughed, and never like this. For the first time, the Bandit King felt something dangerous. Not hatred, not rivalry. Respect. Because somehow, he understood exactly what Leon meant. 3 weeks before the battle, the situation suddenly changed. An emergency report arrived from the capital. Imperial scouts had discovered something alarming. Very alarming. A third force. Inside the governor's office, General Han looked pale. Governor, what happened? The northern tribes. Leon froze. The room became silent. The northern tribes were one of the Empire's greatest enemies. For decades they had raided border regions, fought imperial armies, threatened stability. General Han swallowed. Our scouts report a large army moving south. The room exploded. One officer stood up. How large? General Han's voice turned grim. 50,000. Silence. Absolute silence. The number was terrifying. The Empire now faced 3 forces. The Imperial Army, the Bandit Coalition, and an invading tribal army. That night, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life, 11. Legendary deaths completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 74.5%. Leon stared, then stared again. 74%. The highest progress of this entire life. Then a new notification appeared. Critical fate event detected. Probability of death, 52%. Leon slowly stood. His heart pounded. 52%, more than half. Death was more likely than survival. After centuries of failure, after 11 lifetimes, his goal was finally within reach. Far away in the mountains, the Bandit King received the same news. A 50,000-man invasion. His expression darkened, because he immediately realized the problem. If the tribes attacked now, everything would change. The battle with Leon would become meaningless. The rebellion would become meaningless. The entire province could collapse. For several minutes, he remained silent, then slowly looked toward the south, toward East River City, toward the only man who might understand the situation as quickly as he did. And for the first time, the Bandit King began considering something impossible. H2, Chapter 25, The Impossible Alliance. The news of the northern tribes' invasion spread across the eastern provinces like wildfire. 50,000 warriors. A force large enough to devastate entire regions. Cities panicked. Merchants fled. Officials prepared evacuation plans. The rebellion no longer mattered. The challenge between Leon and the Bandit King no longer mattered. If the tribes broke through, everyone would suffer. HR. East River City. Emergency War Council. Every military commander was present. Every provincial official was present. The atmosphere was grim. General Han pointed toward the northern border. The tribal army crossed the Iron Wolf Valley yesterday. The room became silent. Fast. Too fast. Leon studied the map, then frowned. Something felt strange. Very strange. Where are their supply lines? The room froze. General Han blinked. Supply lines? Leon nodded. An army of 50,000 couldn't survive without food, without logistics, without planning. Yet the reports showed surprisingly little support infrastructure. It made no sense. Unless, his eyes narrowed, they aren't here for conquest. Silence. What? Leon tapped the map. They're here for plunder. The room became quiet. That changed everything. A conquering army wanted territory. A raiding army wanted speed. And speed created weaknesses. Meanwhile, deep in the mountains, the Bandit King reached the exact same conclusion. His strategists looked shocked. They're not invading? Oh, they're invading. The Bandit King smiled. But they don't plan to stay. The strategists slowly understood. A fast-moving enemy could be destroyed. If trapped, something unprecedented happened. A lone rider approached East River City. No escort, no army, no banners, only a white flag. The guards immediately sounded alarms. Within minutes, soldiers surrounded the rider. Then someone recognized him and nearly fainted. The rider removed his hood, revealing a familiar face, the Bandit King, personally. The city exploded into chaos. Soldiers drew weapons. Archers filled the walls. Generals rushed toward the gates. General Han looked ready to start a war on the spot. Yet the Bandit King remained calm. Very calm. I wish to speak with Governor Lee. 1 hour later, inside the governor's office, two men finally met, face to face, for the first time. The room felt strangely quiet. Both had imagined this moment. Neither expected it to happen like this. Leon studied the Bandit King carefully. Young, far younger than expected. Perhaps 26, 27. Sharp eyes, calm expression, dangerous intelligence. The Bandit King studied Leon as well, then smiled. You look disappointed. Leon sighed. You aren't wrong. The Bandit King laughed. The generals looked confused. The conversation already made no sense. Finally, the Bandit King placed a map on the table. I propose a temporary alliance. Half the room nearly suffered heart attacks. General Han jumped to his feet. Absolutely not. Several officers immediately agreed. King ignored them. His eyes remained fixed on Leon. Well? Leon looked at the map, then at the enemy strategist, then back at the map. Several moments passed. Then he nodded. I agree. The room exploded. General Han looked horrified. Governor! Leon raised a hand. The room quieted. Then he pointed at the map. How many men do you command? The Bandit King answered immediately. 32,000. Experienced? Most of them. Leon nodded, then pointed north. And 50,000 tribal warriors are coming. The room slowly became silent again. The logic was impossible to argue with. The Empire and the rebels could continue fighting each other, and both be destroyed. Or cooperate and survive. Late that night, the alliance became official. Not publicly, secretly. For now, Imperial soldiers and rebel scouts began sharing intelligence. Military officers nearly lost their minds. Bandits and soldiers working together? Unthinkable. Yet reality didn't care about tradition. Later, Lian and the Bandit King stood alone on a balcony overlooking the city. Neither spoke for several minutes. Then the Bandit King suddenly asked, How old are you? Lian froze. A strange question. Very strange. 26. The Bandit King stared at him, then laughed. You don't act 26. Lian smiled faintly. Neither do you. The Bandit King's laughter stopped. For a moment, the two men simply looked at each other, and both felt something strange, a feeling that they had met someone similar, someone carrying secrets. Then the Bandit King spoke quietly. Sometimes, I feel like I've lived longer than I should have. Leon nearly choked. The Bandit King continued. I know things I shouldn't know. The air became still. Leon's heart pounded, slowly, dangerously. Could it be? No. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. There couldn't be another one. Could there? The Bandit King smiled. You look surprised. Leon immediately regained control. Not at all. A blatant lie. The Bandit King noticed, but said nothing. That night, a familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Current life. 11. Legendary deaths completed. 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution. 81.2%. Leon froze. 81%. A new record. Then another notification appeared. Critical warning. Unknown variable detected. Leon frowned. What variable? The screen flickered, then displayed a message he had never seen before. Potential fate anomaly identified. Analysis incomplete. For the first time in centuries, the system itself seemed uncertain. Far away, the Bandit King stood atop the city wall, watching the moon. A strange feeling lingered in his mind. When he looked at Leon, it felt familiar, too familiar, as if they shared a secret neither understood. 50,000 tribal warriors continued marching south, unaware that their greatest obstacle was no longer the Imperial Army, nor the Bandit Coalition, but the impossible alliance between two monsters who had finally met. Chapter 26. Two monsters, one secret. The alliance shook the eastern provinces. Not publicly, not yet. Officially, the Imperial Army and the Bandit Coalition were still enemies. Unofficially, they were preparing to fight side by side. And somehow, that was the least shocking thing happening. Governor Leon couldn't stop thinking about one sentence. Sometimes I feel like I've lived longer than I should have. The Bandit King's words echoed endlessly in his mind. For centuries, Leon had believed he was alone, the only reincarnator, the only person trapped in the system's game, the only fool desperately trying to die. Now, he wasn't so sure. The Bandit King was experiencing the same problem. His strategist noticed immediately. "My lord? What? You seem distracted." The Bandit King smiled. "A little." The strategist nearly fainted. "A little?" That answer alone was alarming. Normally, his leader treated military crises as entertainment. Yet now he looked thoughtful, almost cautious. Several days later, the Allied War Council gathered. Imperial generals sat on one side, bandit commanders sat on the other. The atmosphere was awkward. Very awkward. Everyone hated each other, except for two people, Leon and the Bandit King, who were quietly studying a map. General Han pointed north. The tribal army should arrive within 12 days. The Bandit King nodded. "Correct." General Han frowned. "You sound certain." The Bandit King smiled. "I am." Leon immediately spoke. "They split their forces." The room froze. The Bandit King looked up for the first time. Their eyes met. A strange silence followed, because he had reached the exact same conclusion. The strategist stared. "How did you know?" Leon shrugged. "Simple." The Bandit King laughed. The strategist looked even more confused. Nothing about 50,000 warriors was simple. Yet somehow, these two monsters treated it like a board game. The meeting ended. The officers departed. The commanders departed. Eventually only two people remained. Leon and the Bandit King. The room became quiet. Neither man spoke. Then suddenly, the Bandit King asked, "What's your earliest memory?" Leon froze. His heartbeat stopped for half a second. That question wasn't normal. Not even remotely normal. The Bandit King smiled. Interesting reaction. Leon narrowed his eyes. "What about yours?" The Bandit King's expression changed, just slightly. "My 3rd birthday." Leon blinked. Too early. Far too early. Most people remembered nothing from that age, yet Leon did, because he had already been an adult, before being reborn. The room became silent again, dangerously silent. Finally, the Bandit King sighed. "You know what? When I was young," his voice became distant, "I kept having dreams." Leon's fingers tightened. Dreams. That was exactly how it had started for him. The Bandit King continued. "Places I'd never visited. People I'd never met. Battles I'd never fought." His eyes slowly narrowed. He looked directly at Leon. They felt real. Leon's heart pounded. A possibility formed in his mind. An impossible possibility. Could this man really be another reincarnator? The Bandit King suddenly laughed, then shook his head. "Listen to me. Sounds ridiculous." Leon forced a smile. Very ridiculous. Both were lying, and both knew it. That night, Leon sat alone in his residence, unable to sleep. A familiar blue screen appeared. Legendary debt system. Current life, 11. Legendary debts completed, 8 out of 10. Progress toward execution, 84.6%. Leon barely looked at it. His mind was elsewhere. Then suddenly, the screen changed. For the first time ever, a completely new message appeared. "Foreign system signature detected." Leon froze. Every muscle in his body locked. Slowly, very slowly, he stood. "Foreign system signature." His voice trembled. "What?" The blue screen flickered. Warning, another system host may exist. The room became silent. Absolutely silent. Leon stared, then stared again. His breathing became uneven. For centuries, for 11 lives, for countless years, he had believed he was alone. Now the system itself was suggesting otherwise. At the exact same moment, deep within the rebel camp, the Bandit King sat alone beside a lantern. A black screen floated before him. Unlike Leon's blue one, his was black, covered in silver letters. And for the first time in years, the screen displayed an alert. Unknown host detected. Compatibility match 97%. The Bandit King slowly stood. Shock filled his face, a face that rarely showed emotion. The screen continued. Possible reincarnation system user nearby. The Bandit King laughed, then laughed harder, then sat back down, because suddenly, everything made sense. The impossible intelligence, the strange behavior, the feeling of familiarity. He looked toward the south, toward East River City, toward Governor Leon, and whispered, "So it's not just me." Meanwhile, far to the north, the tribal army continued marching. 50,000 warriors, thousands of horses, a storm of steel and blood. Unaware that the fate of the empire was about to change forever. Because the greatest secret of this world was no longer hidden. There weren't one, but two. And when two reincarnators carrying mysterious systems stood on the same battlefield, history itself was about to break. Age 2, Chapter 27. The Battle of Two Systems. Period. The next morning, Leon didn't sleep. Not for a single moment since arriving in this life. He wasn't thinking about corruption or execution. He was thinking about one thing: another system host. Sunlight poured through the governor's office windows. Maps covered the table. Military reports piled up. Yet Leon's attention remained elsewhere. The blue screen from the previous night kept replaying in his mind. PCFS. Foreign system signature detected. Another system host may exist. For centuries, he had believed himself unique. Now, everything had changed. A knock came at the door. "Governor, come in." The door opened. The Bandit King entered, alone. The very moment their eyes met. Neither needed confirmation, neither needed evidence. They simply knew. PCFS. The Bandit King smiled. "You got a notification too, didn't you?" Leon nearly choked. Nobody spoke. Then Leanne sighed. "So it really is you." The Bandit King laughed. A genuine laugh. "Looks like it." Silence followed. An awkward silence. Because neither knew where to begin. How exactly did one start a conversation like this? "Hello. I've been reincarnating for centuries. Nice to meet you." Finally, Leanne spoke. "How many lives?" The Bandit King's smile faded. 6. Leanne froze. "Only 6?" The Bandit King frowned. "What about you?" Leanne answered honestly. 11. The room became quiet. Very quiet. The Bandit King stared, then slowly sat down. 11? Leanne nodded. The Bandit King suddenly understood. The strange wisdom, the absurd experience, the impossible predictions. Everything made sense now. "What's your system?" Leanne hesitated, then answered. "The legendary death system." The Bandit King blinked, then burst out laughing. Leanne frowned. "What's funny?" The Bandit King struggled to stop laughing. "You're serious?" "Yes." "You've spent 11 lives trying to die?" "Yes." The laughter became even worse. The future enemy of the Empire laughed uncontrollably. Eventually, he calmed down, barely. Then pointed at himself. "My system is the Supreme Conqueror system." Leanne froze. The room became silent. Then both men simultaneously realized something. Their systems were complete opposites. One rewarded death, the other rewarded conquest. One sought endings, the other sought victories. No wonder they had become enemies. The bandit king smiled. "So that's why you're so weird." Lian immediately replied, "Says the man who became king of 30,000 bandits." Fair point. Both men felt relaxed, because they finally met someone who understood. Someone carrying the same burden. Someone trapped by destiny. Then reality returned. General Han burst into the room, without knocking. "Governor," both men immediately straightened. "What happened?" Han looked pale, terrified. Worse news. The room became serious, immediately. Worse than 50,000 tribal warriors? Han swallowed. Much worse. The bandit king's smile disappeared. That was concerning. Very concerning. Han placed a report on the table. Lian read it, then froze. The bandit king read it, then froze too. The tribal army wasn't 50,000. It was 80,000. Silence. Absolute silence. An army of 80,000 warriors could devastate provinces, destroy cities, threaten the empire itself. Everything had changed. General Han spoke quietly. "Scouts confirmed it this morning." Lian rubbed his forehead. The bandit king cursed under his breath. The alliance had become even more necessary. Then another messenger arrived, breathing heavily, covered in dust. "Emergency report." Everyone turned. The messenger nearly collapsed. "My lords." "What now?" The messenger swallowed, then answered. "The tribal army has a system user." The room froze. Lian stood up, slowly. The bandit king stood up too, slowly. Neither spoke. The messenger looked confused. He didn't understand why the room suddenly felt colder, much colder. "What system?" The messenger blinked. "We don't know." "How do you know they have one?" The messenger handed over a captured report. The report described impossible events. Enemy commanders predicting ambushes before they happened. Warriors surviving fatal injuries. Battles ending in miraculous victories. Lian and the bandit king exchanged looks. They had seen this before. Many times. A system. The bandit king slowly smiled. A dangerous smile. The kind that terrified entire armies. Interesting. Lian nodded. He agreed. That night, the blue screen appeared again. But this time it looked different. Almost unstable. Almost nervous. "Emergency event. Multiple system hosts detected." Lian frowned. That had never happened before. Then more text appeared. "Current known hosts. Host number 001, Lian. Host number 017, unknown. Host number 032, unknown." Lian stared. Then his eyes widened. 3? There were 3? At the same moment the bandit king's black screen displayed similar information. And his expression darkened. Because this was no longer a rebellion. No longer a provincial war. No longer even an invasion. This had become something much larger. Something hidden beneath the surface of history. Far to the north, inside a massive tribal camp, a young warrior stood atop a hill overlooking 80,000 soldiers. Golden eyes, black armor, cold expression. A crimson screen floated before him. "Supreme War God System, mission updated. Eliminate competing hosts." The warrior smiled, then looked south, toward the Empire, toward Lian, toward the Bandit King. And for the first time in this life, Lian wasn't chasing death. The Bandit King wasn't chasing conquest, because both had realized the same thing. The real enemy had finally appeared. Chapter 28. The War God Arrives. The atmosphere in East River City had changed. Before, the province faced a rebellion. Then it faced an invasion. Now it faced something far more dangerous. Another system host. Inside the governor's office, No one spoke. Not General Han. Not the Imperial officers. Not even the Bandit King. The captured report lay silently on the table. The evidence was overwhelming. The Northern Tribal Army wasn't winning through superior numbers. They were winning through impossible luck, impossible foresight, impossible victories, the kind of miracles only a system could create. Finally, General Han broke the silence. "Governor, what's a system host?" The room froze. The Bandit King nearly laughed. Leon sighed, a very deep sigh. How exactly was he supposed to explain that? After several seconds, Leon answered, "Imagine someone cheating." The generals nodded. Reasonable. Then Leon continued, "Now imagine heaven itself is helping them cheat." The room became silent again. Nobody knew whether he was joking. He wasn't. 3 days later, the Allied army marched north. Imperial soldiers, bandit warriors, former enemies, now fighting together. The sight was so absurd that many people thought they were dreaming. At the center of the army rode two men, Governor Leon, the Bandit King. For most of the journey, neither spoke. Both were studying reports. Both were trying to understand their new enemy. Finally, the Bandit King looked up. "What do you think his system does?" Leon considered the question, then answered, "Combat." The Bandit King nodded. He had reached the same conclusion. Every report pointed toward warfare. Victories, conquests, battlefield dominance. Nothing else fit. The Bandit King smiled. "That's unfortunate." Leon nodded. "Very unfortunate. A war system on a battlefield was like releasing a tiger into a sheep pen." 1 week later, the Allied army reached Iron Wolf Valley and stopped. Thousands of soldiers stared ahead. Nobody spoke. Nobody moved. The entire battlefield had gone silent. Because what they saw was horrifying. The tribal army had already arrived. 80,000 warriors filled the valley. Their camps stretched beyond the horizon. Flags covered the mountainsides. War drums echoed through the sky. The sight alone was enough to break weaker armies. General Han swallowed. His hands trembled slightly. "We're outnumbered." The Bandit King laughed. "Obviously." Then, suddenly, a rider emerged from the enemy camp. Alone. Calmly approaching. The tribal army parted before him like a river. Every soldier watched. Every commander watched. Leon watched. The Bandit King watched. The rider stopped halfway between both armies. Then removed his helmet. Young. Far younger than expected. Perhaps 23 years old. Sharp features. Cold eyes. Absolute confidence. Most alarming of all, he was smiling. The young man raised his voice. "Governor Leon." The entire battlefield heard him. Then he looked toward the Bandit King and the Supreme Conqueror. Silence. Absolute silence. The Bandit King's expression changed instantly. He had never revealed his system's name. Never. Not to anyone. The young warrior smiled wider, then looked directly at Leon and the legendary Death Host. Leon froze. Every muscle in his body locked, because that wasn't information the enemy should possess. The warrior laughed. Surprised? His crimson screen appeared before his eyes, invisible to everyone else. Supreme War God System. Targets located. The young warrior pointed toward them. "Allow me to introduce myself." The battlefield grew quiet. Terrifyingly quiet. "My name is Tarkhan." His smile widened. "Host of the Supreme War God System." Gasps erupted throughout the Allied army. Nobody understood what that meant, but they understood one thing. This man was dangerous. Very dangerous. Tarkhan's eyes gleamed. For years he had searched. Across kingdoms, across battlefields, across continents, searching for others like himself. He had found two, at once. The crimson screen flashed. Mission updated. Eliminate all competing hosts. Reward, divine ascension. Tarkin looked delighted, actually delighted. Meanwhile, Lian felt the exact opposite, because something about that reward bothered him a lot. Divine ascension. His system had never mentioned anything like that, not once. The Bandit King clearly felt the same way. His expression darkened. For the first time since they met, neither man looked relaxed. Tarkin pointed his spear toward them, then made a declaration that echoed across the valley. 7 days. The wind fell silent. His smile became terrifying. I will kill both of you. Then he turned around and rode back toward the tribal army. Nobody stopped him. Nobody could. The entire battlefield remained silent long after he disappeared. Eventually, General Han spoke. His voice sounded unusually small. Governor, what? Can he actually do that? Leon looked toward the distant tribal camp, then at the crimson sunset, then at the notification only he could see. Host threat assessment. Tarkhan. Danger level. Extreme. Probability of survival. 41%. Leon slowly smiled. A real smile. The first genuine smile in months. 41%. That meant there was a 59% chance he died. For most people, that would be terrifying. For Leon, it was the best news he had received in centuries. Beside him, the Bandit King noticed the smile, then slowly backed away. You're smiling. Yes. Why? Leon looked toward the enemy camp, toward Tarkhan, toward the greatest threat he had ever faced, then answered honestly, because things are finally getting interesting. The Bandit King suddenly realized something, a horrifying truth. The war god might be a monster, but the man standing beside him was completely insane. And in 7 days, 3 system hosts would collide on a battlefield. A battle that would decide not only the fate of the Empire, but the fate of the systems themselves. Chapter 29. The 7-day countdown. 7 days. That was all Tarkin had given them. 7 days before the battle. 7 days before one of the greatest clashes in the history of the Empire. 7 days before 3 system hosts fought for survival. The Allied camp was in chaos. Generals argued. Strategists debated. Scouts rode day and night. Everyone was preparing. Everyone except Leon. Inside his tent, Leon was sleeping. Actually sleeping. General Han stormed inside. Governor. Leon opened one eye. What? We're facing 80,000 tribal warriors. Yes. A system host wants to kill you. Yes. And you're taking a nap? Leon closed his eye again. Thinking while tired is inefficient. General Han nearly exploded. The Bandit King, who happened to be nearby, burst out laughing. He's right. Han stared, then looked at one insane man, then the other, and realized he was surrounded by monsters. That evening, the Alliance's highest commanders gathered. A giant map covered the center table. Every major officer attended. Even the Bandit King's most trusted lieutenants were present. Leon pointed toward the battlefield. Tell me everything. General Han immediately began. The enemy outnumbers us. Obviously. They have superior cavalry. Obviously. They have a system host. Obviously. Han glared. Leon ignored him. Tarkin is arrogant. The room froze. That wasn't something people usually said about terrifying enemies. Arrogance creates openings. Leon nodded. Exactly. For the next several hours, the 2 system hosts worked together, and everyone else watched in horror, because their minds operated differently. Very differently. He's going to attack the eastern ridge. Agreed. He'll use a feint first. Agreed. Then he'll strike our center. Probably. 73% probability. Closer to 78. The generals exchanged nervous glances. What kind of conversation was this? Were they calculating battles or predicting the weather? Eventually, a complete battle plan emerged. One so complicated that half the officers couldn't understand it, which was probably a good sign. After the meeting ended, the bandit king remained behind. The tent grew quiet. Then he asked a question. How did your first life end? Leon froze. For a moment, his expression changed. A rare expression. Sadness. The bandit king noticed immediately, and regretted asking. Old age, Leon finally answered. 78 years. The bandit king blinked. That wasn't what he expected. I thought you died heroically. Leon laughed. A small laugh. Not even close. Leon remembered. His original life. The modern world. The hospital room. The machines. The silence. The bandit king watched quietly, then spoke. I don't remember mine. Leon looked up. What? The bandit king's smile faded. My first life. His voice became distant. I remember fragments. Nothing more. For the first time, Leon realized something. Not all systems worked the same. That night, a blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Emergency notice. Leon frowned. Emergency? That was unusual. Very unusual. Then new text appeared. Host elimination event active. Current hosts remaining 3. Survival reward available. Leon blinked. Survival reward? His system had never offered rewards for surviving before. The screen flickered, then displayed more information. If all rival hosts are eliminated, truth access granted. Leon froze. Truth? What truth? Before he could ask, the screen disappeared. Across the battlefield. Inside the tribal camp. Tarkin stood before 80,000 warriors. His crimson screen glowed brightly. Mission progress. Targets located. Leon, alive. Conqueror host, alive. Tarkin smiled. A dangerous smile. For 6 lives, he had searched. For 6 lives, he had hunted. For 6 lives, he had killed. The final stage was beginning. A tribal general approached. My lord? What? The soldiers are ready. Tarkin looked toward the southern horizon, toward the Allied camp, toward the 2 men destined to oppose him. Then he asked a strange question. Do you know what separates gods from men? The general hesitated. No. Tarkin's smile widened. Competition. The general didn't understand. But Tarkin wasn't speaking to him. He was speaking to the systems. 3 days remained. The next morning, a scout rushed into Leon's tent, covered in dust. Terrified, Leon immediately sat up. Something was wrong, very wrong. The scout handed over a report. Leon read it. Then his eyes widened. The bandit king entered moments later. What happened? Leon silently handed him the document. The bandit king's face darkened. The report contained only one sentence. Tarkin has challenged both hosts to a duel before the battle. Silence. Then a second line. If neither appears, he will execute 10,000 captured civilians. The tent became deathly quiet. Neither Leon nor the bandit king smiled. Neither joked. Neither relaxed. Because they finally understood. The war god wasn't merely strong. He was ruthless. And in 3 days, one of them would have to answer his challenge. Chapter 30. The Duel. The report spread through the Allied camp like a plague. A duel. Tarkin demanded a duel. And if nobody appeared, 10,000 civilians would die. Inside the command tent, the atmosphere was suffocating. Generals sat in silence. Strategists stared at the map. Nobody knew what to say. Because this wasn't a military problem. It was a hostage situation. General Han finally spoke. "We can't accept." The Bandit King looked at him. "Why not?" Han slammed his fist onto the table. "Because it's a trap." Everyone knew it was a trap. Tarkhan wasn't hiding it. The problem was that he didn't care if they knew. Leon quietly drank his tea. The room turned toward him. General Han immediately became nervous. That calm expression usually meant something insane was about to happen. Leon placed his cup down, then said, "I'll go." The room exploded. "Absolutely not. Governor, that's suicide." Leon looked confused. "Yes." The room became silent. The Bandit King covered his face. "Sometimes I forget you're trying to die." Leon nodded. "Fair." The Bandit King stared at the challenge letter, then sighed. "I'll go too." Now everyone looked horrified. One lunatic volunteering was already bad. Two was catastrophic. Han looked ready to cry. "Can either of you act like normal people?" "No." "Probably not." The answers came simultaneously. 2 days later, the duel site was chosen. A massive plain between both armies. Thousands of soldiers gathered on each side. The atmosphere felt unreal. 80,000 tribal warriors, 40,000 allied troops, watching, waiting. At the center stood a single stone platform. Tarkin was already there. Black armor, crimson cloak, golden eyes. He looked completely relaxed, as though he were attending a festival instead of a battlefield. Then movement appeared on the southern side. Leon arrived, followed by the Bandit King. The entire battlefield held its breath. 3 system hosts, 1 location, for the first time in history. Tarkin smiled. "You came." The Bandit King laughed. "You threatened 10,000 civilians." Tarkin shrugged. "It worked." Nobody could argue with that. The 3 men simply looked at one another. Studying, measuring, analyzing. Then Tarkin spoke. "Do you know why I challenged you?" Neither answered. Tarkin smiled. "Because I'm curious." The Bandit King frowned. "Curious about what?" Tarkin's gaze settled on Leon. "How someone survives 11 lives." The entire world seemed to stop. The Bandit King slowly turned. "What?" Leon froze, because he had never told anyone that, not even another system host. Tarkin laughed. "My system is different." A crimson screen appeared before his eyes. "Supreme War God System. Target analysis complete." Tarkin pointed toward Leon. 11 lives. Then toward the Bandit King. 6 lives. Then toward himself. 7. The atmosphere became colder. Much colder. For the first time, Leon felt genuine danger. Not physical danger. Information danger. Tarkin knew too much. Far too much. Then the War God revealed something even worse. "You think this is a competition?" His smile vanished. "It isn't." The wind stopped. The battlefield became silent. Tarkin's voice dropped. "We are prisoners." Leon's pupils contracted. The Bandit King's expression darkened. "Prisoners?" Before either could ask, a notification exploded before all 3 hosts simultaneously. "Warning! System interference detected." The 3 men froze. Then another message appeared. "Unauthorized information exposure. Penalty initiated." The sky darkened. Instantly, thousands of soldiers looked upward, confused, terrified. Clouds formed from nowhere. Black clouds, violent clouds. Lightning flashed. The ground shook. Everyone panicked. Everyone except the 3 hosts, because they understood. The systems were reacting. Tarkin looked upward, then laughed. A wild laugh. They don't like us talking. Boom! Lightning struck the center of the platform. The explosion threw soldiers backward. Dust filled the battlefield. A new message floated before all three hosts. Final warning. Discussion of origin prohibited. Silence. Then the message vanished. The sky returned to normal, as if nothing had happened. Thousands of soldiers stood frozen. Nobody understood what they had just witnessed. Only the three hosts knew. Their systems weren't simply tools. They were being watched. Tarkhan slowly smiled. For years I suspected it. The Bandit King narrowed his eyes. Suspected what? Tarkhan's voice became quiet. Someone created the systems. Leon felt a chill. A genuine chill. Because deep down, he had suspected the same thing. Then Tarkhan stepped backward. The duel is over. Everyone froze. What? The duel hadn't even started. Tarkhan turned around. Come find me on the battlefield. His golden eyes gleamed. Then we'll finish this. He walked away, back toward the tribal army, leaving behind confusion, questions, and fear. That night, Leon sat alone, unable to sleep. The blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Critical event completed. Then another line appeared. Execution progress, 92.4%. Leon stared. 92%. Closer than ever. Then a final message appeared. Truth fragments unlocked. 1 out of 10. For the first time in 11 lives, the system had admitted something. There was a truth. A hidden truth. Something waiting beyond death, beyond reincarnation, beyond the systems themselves. Three different hosts looked toward the same battlefield, knowing that the coming war was no longer about kingdoms, no longer about armies, no longer about victory. It was about discovering who had trapped them in this endless game. End of Chapter 30. End of Arc 1, The Three Hosts. Volume 1 Status. Chapters completed, 30. Leon's progress toward execution, 92.4%. Known system hosts, 3. Truth fragments collected, 1/10. Next arc. The War of Systems begins in Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The War of Systems begins. 3 days after the duel, the world changed. Not because armies moved, not because kingdoms fell, but because three men now knew the truth. They were not chosen, they were not blessed, they were players in a game, and someone else was watching. The morning sun rose over Iron Wolf Valley. Thousands of soldiers stood in formation. War banners fluttered. Armor gleamed. The decisive battle was finally here. On the southern side stood the Allied army. 43,000 troops, Imperial soldiers, bandit warriors, former enemies, now brothers in arms. On the northern side stood the tribal horde. 80,000 warriors, the strongest invasion force seen in decades. And at its center, Tarkhan. The young war god sat atop a black horse. His golden eyes scanned the battlefield. Then a crimson screen appeared. Supreme War God System. Battle initiated. Victory probability, 89%. Tarkhan smiled. 89%. Excellent. Meanwhile, Leon stared at his own screen. Legendary Death System. Major Fate Event. Death probability, 61%. Leon nearly cried from happiness. 61%. For the first time in 11 lives, death was actually more likely than survival. Beside him, the Bandit King glanced over, then groaned. You're smiling again. Yes. Stop that. No. The generals nearby looked terrified. The enemy had twice their numbers, yet their governor looked delighted. A war horn sounded. The battle had begun. Boom. Drums thundered across the valley. 80,000 tribal warriors charged forward. The earth trembled beneath their feet. The horizon itself seemed to move. General Han swallowed. Even after decades of warfare, the sight was terrifying. Then Leon raised his hand. The Allied army did not move. The tribal warriors got closer. Closer. Still, no movement. General Han started sweating. LP. What? When do we attack? Leon calmly drank tea. Not yet. The generals nearly fainted. The enemy was almost upon them, and he was drinking tea. Again. Then suddenly, Tarkan's expression changed. His crimson screen flashed. Enemy action detected. HR. The war god frowned. Enemy action? What action? Nothing was happening. Then he heard it. HR. A distant rumble. Not from the front, from behind. Tarkan slowly turned, then froze. Thousands of fires erupted across the northern hills. One after another, after another, after another. HR. His supply depots. Every single one. HR. The Bandit King laughed from across the battlefield. Did you think I became king by fighting fair? The tribal commanders panicked. Without supplies, an army of 80,000 would starve. Tarkan narrowed his eyes. Interesting. Very interesting. Then Leon smiled. Because that wasn't the real attack. Not even close. The ground suddenly shook. Boom, boom, boom. The valley erupted. Hidden explosives buried weeks earlier detonated beneath the advancing army. Entire sections of the battlefield collapsed. Thousands of warriors fell into massive trenches. Chaos exploded. The tribal formation shattered instantly. General Han stared. When did we do that? Leon blinked. 3 weeks ago. You never told us. I forgot. The generals looked like they wanted to scream. Across the battlefield, Tarkan's smile disappeared. For the first time. His system screen flickered. Victory probability 89%. Updated 71%. Interesting, very interesting. Perhaps these two hosts were stronger than expected. Then he smiled again. Good. Because weak opponents were boring. Suddenly, he raised his spear. A crimson aura exploded around him. The sky darkened. Every tribal warrior roared simultaneously. A terrifying pressure spread across the battlefield. The Allied army froze. Fear. Pure fear. Even veterans struggled to breathe. General Han's face turned pale. What is that? The Bandit King's expression darkened. A system skill. Silence. Then Tarkan charged, alone, straight toward the Allied army. One man, against 40,000. And somehow, it felt like 40,000 were facing one army. His horse became a blur. His spear became lightning. A dozen soldiers were thrown aside instantly. Then another dozen. Then another. The battlefield descended into chaos. Tarkan laughed. This was his domain, his battlefield, his kingdom. Nobody had ever stopped him. Then, a figure stepped forward. Leon. The battlefield seemed to pause. Tarkan smiled. Finally, the host of death. The man with 11 lives. The man who refused to stay dead. Leon looked at him calmly, then sighed. You're making a mess. Tarkan laughed, then attacked. The spear shot forward like lightning, fast enough to kill ordinary men instantly. But Leon moved. One step. The spear missed. Tarkan froze, not because the attack failed, but because Leon moved exactly where he predicted. No, not predicted. Expected. As if he had seen the attack before. The blue screen appeared before Leon. Legendary death system. Fatal strike avoided. Death probability reduced. 61% to 58%. Leon's face immediately darkened. What? The battlefield froze. Tarkin froze. The Bandit King froze. Everyone froze. Because Leon looked genuinely upset that he hadn't died. The Bandit King covered his face. He's doing it again. Tarkin blinked, then blinked again. The war god felt confused. Very confused. Who got disappointed after surviving a fatal attack? The battle had only begun, and already, nothing was going according to anyone's plan. Chapter 32. The Man Who Refused to Die. The battlefield fell silent. Not because of Tarkin, not because of the armies, but because Governor Leon looked disappointed. Disappointed that he survived. The war god stared. For 7 lives he had fought countless enemies. Heroes, kings, conquerors, monsters. Every single one feared death. Yet this man looked annoyed by survival. Tarkin slowly lowered his spear. What's wrong with you? Leon sighed. A lot of things. The Bandit King immediately nodded. That's true. The soldiers nearby exchanged confused looks. They had no idea what was happening. Neither did Tarkin. Then the war god attacked again. Faster this time. Much faster. Boom! The spear ripped through the air. A crimson trail followed behind it. The ground exploded. Dust filled the battlefield. This attack was enough to kill 100 men. Yet Leon merely stepped aside. Again. The spear missed. Tarkin froze. Once was luck. Twice wasn't. The crimson screen appeared before him. Supreme War God System. Warning. Enemy behavioral pattern unknown. Tarkin frowned. Unknown? His system rarely used that word. Leanne looked equally annoyed. Legendary death system. Death probability reduced. 58% to 55%. Leanne nearly cursed aloud. Every successful dodge reduced his chances. This was a disaster. The Bandit King noticed immediately, then laughed. You're actually upset? Of course. Most people would be happy. I'm not most people. Fair point. Across the battlefield, General Han felt his sanity slowly leaving. He no longer understood anything. The governor wanted to die. The enemy wanted to kill him. The governor was avoiding being killed, yet was upset about avoiding being killed. Nothing made sense anymore. Then, suddenly, Tarkin stopped attacking. His golden eyes narrowed. For the first time, he carefully observed Leon. Not as an enemy, not as a target, but as a person. And something clicked, a horrifying realization. You aren't afraid. Leon blinked. No. Tarkin's grip tightened around his spear. Not afraid, not brave, not reckless, simply unconcerned, as if death meant nothing. The war god felt a chill. Because only one type of person behaved like that. Someone who had already died. Many times. The crimson screen flashed. Host analysis updated. Psychological profile. Extremely abnormal. Tarkin almost laughed. Even the system was struggling. Meanwhile, the battle around them intensified. Thousands of soldiers clashed. Arrows darkened the sky. War cries echoed through the valley. Yet the 3 hosts remained focused on one another. Then the Bandit King stepped forward. Move. Tarkin smiled. Finally. The Supreme Conqueror. The man responsible for uniting 30,000 bandits. A rival host. A worthy opponent. Tarkin looked excited. The Bandit King drew his sword. A black screen appeared before him. Supreme Conqueror System. Conquest State activated. Army morale plus 200%. Leadership efficiency plus 300%. Across the battlefield, thousands of Allied soldiers suddenly roared. Their fear vanished. Their hesitation disappeared. The tide of battle shifted instantly. General Han's eyes widened. What just happened? No one answered, because only the hosts could see the screens. Tarkin laughed. Now that's more interesting. Then he charged. The two men collided. Boom! The explosion shook the valley. A shockwave swept across the battlefield. Nearby soldiers were thrown backward. Dust rose into the sky. Nobody could see anything. Then the dust cleared, and both men were still standing. The Bandit King's sword trembled. Tarkan's spear vibrated. Neither had gained an advantage. The soldiers watching were stunned. A human shouldn't possess this much strength. Yet these weren't normal humans. They were hosts. The battlefield had become something else entirely. Then, a new notification appeared before all three hosts. System event triggered. Host conflict escalation. Reward multiplier activated. Leon froze. The Bandit King froze. Tarkan froze. Then another message appeared. First host death. Reward truth fragment ×3. Silence. Absolute silence. The meaning was obvious. The systems wanted blood. Host blood. Tarkan smiled. The Bandit King's expression darkened. Leon's eyes widened. Not because of the danger, but because of the reward. 3 truth fragments. That was enormous. The secrets of the systems. The secrets of reincarnation. The secrets of their prison. For the first time, even Leon felt tempted. Not by survival, but by answers. Far above the battlefield, hidden beyond the clouds, something watched. Something ancient. Something that had watched hosts fight for countless ages. And for the first time in centuries, it paid special attention to Iron Wolf Valley. Because something unexpected was happening. The host of death, the host of conquest, and the host of war were beginning to break the rules. And somewhere deep within the systems themselves, an alarm began to ring. Chapter 33. Blood of a Host. The battlefield had become a nightmare. Not for the soldiers, not for the generals, but for the systems themselves. Tarkin and the Bandit King stood facing each other amidst a storm of dust and shattered earth. Around them, thousands of soldiers fought and died. Yet neither side dared approach the two men, because every clash between them unleashed enough force to kill dozens. Boom! The war god's spear collided with the Bandit King's sword. A shockwave exploded outward. The ground cracked. Nearby horses collapsed. Men were thrown from their feet. General Han stared from the rear command position. His mouth hung open. What exactly are those two? Nobody answered, because nobody knew. Meanwhile, Leon was watching. Not helping, just watching. The Allied officers nearly went insane. Governor. What? Do something. Leon looked confused. General Han nearly drew his sword. Across the battlefield, Tarkin laughed. For the first time in years, he was enjoying himself. The Bandit King was strong, far stronger than expected. Every attack was calculated, every movement precise, every decision efficient. A true conqueror. Tarkin could feel it. The Bandit King was losing. Slowly, but inevitably. The crimson screen flashed. Supreme War God System. Combat analysis complete. Enemy defeat probability 83%. Tarkin smiled. The outcome was already decided. Then, something unexpected happened. The Bandit King suddenly retreated. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. Tarkin frowned. Running? No. That wasn't right. The Bandit King never wasted movement. Then he saw it. A tiny smile on the conqueror's face. The war god's instinct screamed. Danger. Boom! The earth beneath Tarkin exploded. A hidden trap. Massive iron spikes erupted from underground. Several pierced straight toward his body. The tribal soldiers gasped. Tarkin reacted instantly. His spear swept in a crimson arc. Clang, clang, Clang! The spikes shattered, but for the first time, the war god was forced backward. Lian nodded approvingly. Nice trap, the bandit king smirked. Thank you, he replied. General Han stared. When did you bury that? Last night. The general felt dizzy. How had nobody noticed? Because while everyone slept, two system hosts had apparently been redesigning the battlefield. Tarkan's smile disappeared. Interesting. Very interesting. Then his eyes glowed crimson. A terrifying aura erupted from his body. The sky darkened. Clouds gathered overhead. Even the tribal warriors stepped back. They recognized this. Their leader's strongest skill. The skill that had destroyed entire armies. The crimson screen appeared. Supreme War God System. Skill activated. War God's Descent. The battlefield trembled. A giant phantom appeared behind Tarkan. An armored warrior over 30 meters tall. Its eyes burned like suns. Its spear pointed toward heaven. Fear swept across the battlefield. Thousands of soldiers dropped their weapons. Some fell to their knees. Some tried to run. Even General Han's face turned pale. What is that? No one answered, because nobody knew, except the hosts. Leon looked upward, then sighed. That's cheating. The bandit king nodded. Definitely cheating. Tarkan laughed. You're one to talk. Then he attacked. The giant phantom moved with him. One spear, one strike. The air screamed. The earth split apart. Everything in front of him was destroyed. Boom! His sword shattered. The shockwave launched him hundreds of meters away. Blood exploded from his mouth. The entire Allied army froze. Their leader had lost. For the first time. The bandit king was seriously injured. The black screen appeared before him. Supreme Conqueror System. Host critical condition. Warning, warning. Tarkan slowly approached. Spear in hand. Victory in sight. The crimson screen flashed. Host elimination opportunity. Reward, truth fragment ×3. The war god's smile widened. Finally, after 6 lifetimes, a host would die. Then, something moved. Leon, the governor, stepped forward. The battlefield froze. The bandit king looked shocked. General Han looked shocked. Even Tarkan paused, because everyone knew something. Leon hated risking his life, not because he feared death, because he usually wanted someone else to kill him. Yet now, he was walking directly toward the strongest host alive. The blue screen appeared. Legendary death system. Host facing fatal threat. Death probability, 78%. Leon's eyes widened. 78%. A new record. The highest probability of death in 11 lives. His hands trembled. Not from fear, from excitement. Finally, after centuries, after 11 lives, after countless failures, a real chance. A genuine chance. To die. The bandit king looked at him, and immediately realized the problem. Oh no. Tarkan frowned. What? The bandit king pointed at Leon. That idiot is happy. Silence. Tarkan blinked, then blinked again, and for the first time in his 7 lives, the war god felt afraid. Because nobody should look that happy when facing almost certain death. Nobody. The battle for the fate of 3 hosts had reached its turning point. And the most dangerous person on the battlefield might not be the war god. It might be the man trying to die. Chapter 34. The Death He Wanted. The battlefield was silent. Not because the fighting had stopped. Not because the armies had retreated. But because Governor Li An was smiling. A genuine smile. The kind a starving man wore after seeing food. The kind a prisoner wore after seeing freedom. The kind a lunatic wore after seeing death. The blue screen hovered before his eyes. Legendary death system. Death probability, 78%. Legendary death qualification possible. Lian's heart raced. For 11 lives, he had failed. Kings spared him. Enemies recruited him. Assassins missed him. Armies rescued him. Death always escaped him. Death stood directly in front of him, holding a spear. Tarkin frowned. Something felt wrong. Very wrong. Most opponents became afraid when facing him. This man looked excited. The war god's instincts screamed danger, but his pride ignored it. "You're strange," Tarkin muttered. Leon nodded. "I've heard that before." Then he took another step forward. The battlefield watched. Thousands of soldiers held their breath. The bandit king struggled to stand. Blood dripped from his lips, yet his attention remained fixed on Leon, because he understood something the others didn't. Leon wasn't planning to win. He was planning to die, and somehow that terrified him more than Tarkin. The war god raised his spear. The crimson aura expanded. The giant phantom behind him roared. Mountains trembled. The sky darkened. Tarkin pointed his spear forward. Then die. Boom! The spear shot forward, faster than lightning, faster than sound, faster than thought. General Han screamed. The bandit king moved. The soldiers panicked. Nobody believed Leon could survive. Not this attack, not this monster, not this moment. They were right. The spear pierced Leon's chest. Blood erupted. The world froze. Silence. Absolute silence. The governor looked down at the crimson spear protruding from his body, then slowly smiled. Finally, after 11 lives. Finally. The blue screen exploded into existence. Legendary death system. Fatal damage confirmed. Legendary death conditions met. Leon nearly laughed. He had done it. He had actually done it. The impossible. The thing he had chased for centuries. A true legendary death. The battlefield blurred. His vision darkened. The sound of battle faded. Everything became distant. And then, a new message appeared. One he had never seen before. Warning. Host death under review. Leon blinked. What? Under review? The screen flickered violently, as if something was malfunctioning. Then another notification appeared. External authority intervention detected. The smile vanished from Leon's face. For the first time, panic appeared. Because that wasn't supposed to happen. The system had rules. Death meant death. That was how it worked. Always. Something was interfering. Something powerful. Something beyond the system itself. Far above the battlefield, beyond the clouds, beyond the sky. A pair of ancient eyes opened, watching, waiting, observing, and for the first time in countless years, those eyes focused entirely on Leon. Meanwhile, Tarkin's crimson screen erupted with warnings. Error, error, error. Host elimination not confirmed. The war god froze. Impossible. He had clearly killed Leon. The spear had pierced his heart. The man should be dead. Yet the system refused to confirm it. The Bandit King's black screen displayed the same warnings. Host status unknown. System conflict detected. The Bandit King's face turned pale. Unknown? What did that mean? The battlefield suddenly trembled. Not from battle, not from armies, from reality itself. Cracks appeared in the sky, tiny at first, then larger and larger. The soldiers stared upward in horror. Nobody understood what they were seeing, but the hosts did. Something had broken, something that should never break. Leon collapsed to one knee. Blood soaked his robes, his breathing weakened, his vision faded. And then he heard a voice. Not the system, not Tarkhan, not the Bandit King, a completely different voice. Ancient, cold, powerful. The voice whispered only 4 words. At last, I found you. Leon's eyes widened. The world went dark. And for the first time in 11 lives, he truly lost consciousness. On the battlefield below, 3 systems simultaneously issued the same alert. Critical event. Administrator access detected. The war gods stared. The Bandit King stared. Even their systems seemed afraid. And somewhere beyond the world, something had finally entered the game. H2 Chapter 35. The Place Beyond Death. Darkness. Endless darkness. HR. Leon floated in a void without sound, without light, without time. For a moment he thought he had finally succeeded. Death. Real death. Permanent death. The goal he had pursued for 11 lives. A smile slowly appeared on his face. About time. Then a voice interrupted him. No. Leon froze. The voice was neither male nor female, neither young nor old. It sounded like countless voices speaking as one. The darkness suddenly cracked. A silver light flooded the void. Leon instinctively shielded his eyes. When he looked again, he was no longer alone. A figure stood before him, tall, wrapped in silver robes, its face hidden behind a mask of shifting stars. The figure simply watched him, for a long time. Neither spoke. Then Leon sighed. Who are you? The figure tilted its head. A better question would be, who are you? The voice echoed across infinity. Leon frowned. Leon. The figure remained silent. That is your current name. The void trembled. It is not your first. Leon's pupils contracted. For the first time in centuries, someone new. Really new. The figure slowly raised a hand. And suddenly, the darkness shattered. Memories exploded around him. Thousands, millions, lives, worlds, deaths. Leon staggered backward, because he wasn't seeing 11 lives. He was seeing hundreds, thousands, an impossible number. Countless existences, countless worlds, countless endings. Some were familiar, most were not. His breathing stopped. What? The figure spoke calmly. The system only lets you remember 11. Leon's mind went blank. 11? Only 11? That was impossible. Those lives felt real. Every pain, every failure, every death. The figure nodded. They were real. The silver void expanded. And yet they are only fragments. Leon's hands trembled. The truth frightened him. Not death. Truth. Then he asked the question that mattered most. What are the systems? Silence. The figure stared, then answered. A prison. The universe seemed to stop. A prison. Not a gift, not a blessing, not a reward. A prison. Leon's thoughts raced. For whom? For what? Why? The figure seemed to read his mind. Those answers are forbidden. Suddenly, red warning symbols appeared across the void. System violation detected. Administrator interference. The silver figure looked upward, almost annoyed. Already? The warnings multiplied. Thousands, millions. The void began collapsing. Reality itself seemed to reject the conversation. Leon quickly spoke. Wait. The figure looked at him. You called me here. The silver mask reflected endless stars. No. The answer shocked him. I did not. Silence. Then who did? The figure continued. You broke the cycle. Leon froze. What? 11 lives. Then toward the distant darkness. Most hosts become what their systems desire. The void trembled. The war god became war. The conqueror became conquest. The silver figure paused. And you. Leon waited. The figure's voice softened. You never became death. Neither spoke. Then Leon laughed, a tired laugh. Because I kept failing. The figure shook its head. No. The answer echoed through infinity. You kept choosing. Leon's smile slowly disappeared. The figure stepped forward. Closer. Much closer. Every life. You could have become a monster. You could have sacrificed millions. You could have destroyed kingdoms. The silver mask stared directly into his soul. But every time, you chose people. Leon stood frozen. The words struck harder than any weapon, because he knew they were true. Even when trying to die, he had always protected others. Always. The figure smiled beneath the mask. The system never understood you. Suddenly, the warnings became deafening. Forced termination initiated. Administrator connection ending. The silver figure began fading. The void cracked apart. Leon immediately stepped forward. Wait! The figure stopped. Just once. Can I escape? Silence. The administrator hesitated. Then it answered. Yes. Leon's eyes widened. Finally, an answer. A real answer. Then came the final words. Find the 10th fragment. The figure vanished. The void shattered. Everything collapsed. Darkness consumed him once more. And on the battlefield of Iron Wolf Valley, Leon's body suddenly opened its eyes. The spear still pierced his chest. Blood still covered the ground. Tarkan still stood before him. The Bandit King still watched in shock. Yet something had changed. A blue notification appeared. Legendary Death System. Legendary Death achieved. 910 complete. Leon stared. 9. After 11 lives, he finally reached 9. Only one final legendary death. One final step. And somewhere beyond the world, an administrator was watching. Waiting. For him to find the truth. Chapter 36. The Ninth Death. The battlefield froze. Absolutely froze. Tarkin stared. The Bandit King stared. 40,000 allied soldiers stared. 80,000 tribal warriors stared. Because Leon was supposed to be dead. The spear had pierced his heart. Everyone saw it. Everyone witnessed it. Yet somehow, Governor Leon was standing. Still alive. The war god's eyes narrowed. Impossible. His system had already confirmed fatal damage. The injury was real. The death was real. Then why? A blue screen floated before Leon. Legendary Death System. Legendary Death number 9 confirmed. Reward processing. Leon nearly cried. Not because of the pain, not because of the battlefield, but because after 11 lifetimes, he finally had proof. The system wasn't lying. Legendary deaths existed, and now he only needed one more. One single death. Then he could finally leave. The thought alone almost made him laugh. Unfortunately, the current situation was still problematic. Namely, the giant spear sticking through his chest. That's uncomfortable. The Bandit King nearly fell over. Uncomfortable? The battlefield erupted. Even the tribal warriors looked confused. Who described a fatal wound as uncomfortable? Tarkan slowly spoke. How are you alive? Leon considered the question, then answered honestly. I have no idea. That wasn't a lie. The administrator had interfered. The cycle had broken. The rules had changed. And Leon understood almost none of it. Then, suddenly, the blue screen flickered violently. Reward granted. Truth fragment 2 of 10 acquired. A flood of information exploded into Leon's mind. Ancient memories. Ancient knowledge. Not his memories, someone else's. A battlefield. A massive battlefield. Far larger than Iron Wolf Valley. Millions of warriors. Millions. Not humans. Not tribes. Not kingdoms. Entire worlds. Fighting. Dying. Competing. Above them floated countless systems, like stars, like chains, like cages. The vision vanished. Leon staggered. His face turned pale. The fragment lasted only seconds, yet it changed everything. The systems weren't created for individuals. They were created for war. A war older than history itself. Tarkan's crimson screen suddenly erupted. Emergency warning. Death system host progress increased. Threat level rising. The war god's expression darkened. Progress? Rising? Then realization struck. The impossible truth. Leon had benefited from dying. The man actually became stronger by getting killed. Tarkan suddenly felt insulted. Deeply insulted. He had trained, fought, conquered, bled. And this lunatic advanced by dying. The universe wasn't fair. The Bandit King seemed to reach the same conclusion. That's ridiculous. Leon nodded, agreed. The two men looked strangely united, for completely opposite reasons. Then, a horn sounded. A tribal retreat signal. The battlefield froze. Tarkan looked toward the northern hills. Several commanders were approaching rapidly. Something was wrong. Very wrong. One of them dismounted, immediately kneeling. "My lord, what happened?" The commander swallowed. His face was pale. "The northern camp." Tarkan frowned. "What about it?" The commander's voice shook. "It's gone." Silence. Absolute silence. Tarkan's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean, gone?" The commander looked terrified. "Destroyed." The entire battlefield became quiet. The northern camp contained food, weapons, reserve forces, medical supplies, everything. Tarkan's smile disappeared, completely. "Who?" The commander hesitated, then answered, "We don't know." An army camp didn't simply vanish, especially not one guarded by thousands. Yet every report said the same thing. The defenders were dead, the supplies were gone, and witnesses reported seeing a fourth banner, not imperial, not tribal, not bandit, something else, something unknown. Leon's heart skipped a beat. A fourth force? The Bandit King frowned. Tarkan frowned. Then suddenly, all three systems issued the same notification. New host detected. The battlefield seemed to stop. A fourth host, another one, not 3, 4. The notification continued. Host designation unknown. Threat assessment, error. Error. Even the systems couldn't identify the newcomer. That had never happened before. Never. Far away, beyond the battlefield, beyond the mountains, a lone figure stood atop a cliff, watching, waiting. A silver mask covered their face. The same silver mask Leon had seen beyond death. The figure quietly observed the battlefield, then whispered, 4 hosts. A pause. Then a soft laugh. Interesting. Below the mask, ancient eyes gleamed. And for the first time in countless years, the game had changed. H1. H2. Chapter 37. The Fourth Host. The battlefield had stopped. Not because the war was over. Not because either side had won. But because every system in existence had issued the same message. Slash. New host detected. Threat assessment error. Error. That single word sent chills down the spines of the three hosts. Tarkan's expression darkened. The Bandit King frowned. Lian narrowed his eyes. Systems weren't supposed to make mistakes. Yet all three had failed to identify the newcomer. That meant only one thing. The fourth host was something abnormal. Very abnormal. Far away, atop a mountain cliff, the silver-masked figure watched the battlefield. Wind whipped through the long silver cloak. The mask reflected the sunlight. Slowly, the figure raised a hand. A silver screen appeared. Unlike the crimson, black, and blue screens of the other hosts, this screen looked ancient. Error, as though it belonged to an older era. Observer system. Targets located. Death host. Conqueror host. War host. Error. The figure tilted their head. Interesting. Then another line appeared. Final candidate located. Error. The silver figure stood completely still. Then laughed. A quiet laugh. A dangerous laugh. After all these years, the screen vanished, and the figure disappeared. Without a sound, without a trace. Meanwhile, back at Iron Wolf Valley, Tarkin mounted his horse. The battle had changed. The arrival of a fourth host created too many variables, too many unknowns. For the first time in years, the war god chose caution. Retreat. The order shocked the tribal commanders. Retreat? Their leader never retreated. Never. Yet the order was repeated, and moments later, war horns echoed across the battlefield. The tribal army began withdrawing. Orderly, disciplined, efficient. The Allied army didn't pursue, because nobody wanted to fight anymore. Not today. Not after what had happened. As the enemy disappeared into the distance, General Han finally collapsed onto the ground, exhausted, confused, terrified, mostly confused. He looked at Leon. "Governor, what happened today?" Leon thought for a moment, then answered honestly, "I don't know." General Han nearly cried. That wasn't reassuring at all. Several hours later, the Allied army returned to camp. The celebration everyone expected never came. Because nobody felt victorious. They had survived, but something larger was approaching. Everyone could feel it. That night, Leon sat alone inside his tent. The 9th death notification still floated before him. Legendary death number 9, confirmed. Dex remaining, 1. Just one more, after 11 lifetimes. One final death remained. Yet instead of feeling excited, Lian felt uneasy. The administrator, the silver figure, the memories, the countless forgotten lives. None of it made sense. Suddenly, the tent flap opened. The Bandit King entered, without permission, as usual. Lian didn't even bother complaining. The Conqueror sat down. Neither spoke for a while. Then he asked, "What did you see?" Lian froze. The Bandit King continued, "When you died." Silence. Long silence. Lian answered, "A person." The Bandit King looked surprised. Someone beyond the systems. The Conqueror's expression immediately changed, because he had seen one too, years ago, during his third life, a place between death and rebirth. A silver figure, watching, waiting. Neither man spoke. Then they realized something, the same realization, at the same moment. The fourth host, the silver mask, the observer, the person on the battlefield today, might not be a stranger, might not be an enemy, might not even be a host. They might be the very being that existed beyond the systems. The possibility sent chills through both men. Then, a notification appeared. Not blue, not black, silver, for both hosts. Invitation received. Location, Heaven's Fall Mountain. Time remaining, 7 days. Sender, observer. Silence. Absolute silence. Then a final line appeared. Come learn the truth, or die without it. The message vanished. Lian stared at the empty air. The bandit king stared at the empty air. Neither smiled, neither joked. They felt it. The true beginning of the game. And somewhere in the darkness, Tarkin received the exact same invitation. The war god slowly smiled. Heaven's Fall Mountain. His spear gleamed in the moonlight. Finally, the hunter had found the trail. And 7 days from now, 4 paths would converge, at the place where the truth had been buried for countless ages. Chapter 38. Heaven's Fall Mountain. 7 days. That was the time written in the invitation. 7 days, until Heaven's Fall Mountain. 7 days, until the truth. Leon hated it. Not because it was dangerous, not because it sounded suspicious, not because a mysterious observer had summoned him, but because he had a bad feeling. And every time he had a bad feeling, things became complicated. Very complicated. Inside his tent, Leon stared at the silver invitation. The words refused to disappear. Invitation received. Location, Heaven's Fall Mountain. Time remaining, 6 days, 19 hours. Across from him sat the Bandit King. He looked equally unhappy. Thoughts? Leon sighed. It's a trap. The Bandit King nodded. Obviously. Probably a very dangerous trap. Definitely. Neither man seemed surprised. Then Leon asked, "Are you going?" The Bandit King laughed. "Of course." Silence. Then both men sighed simultaneously, because neither had any intention of refusing. The truth was too important. Far too important. Thousands of miles away. Tarkin stood alone, atop a cliff. The moon illuminated the battlefield below. Most of the tribal army slept. Their leader did not. The crimson screen floated before him. Supreme War God System. Warning. Observer interference increasing. Tarkin smiled. For years he had searched for answers. For years he had hunted clues. And now, the answers were finally approaching. The war god gripped his spear. Whatever waits there, his smile widened. I'll kill it if necessary. The system remained silent. For once. Meanwhile, far beyond the borders of the Empire, far beyond any kingdom, a silver-haired figure walked through a ruined city. The Observer. The one calling themselves Observer. Broken towers surrounded them. Ancient roads stretched into darkness. Ruins covered the landscape. Yet none of the architecture resembled the current world. It belonged to another age. A forgotten age. The silver-haired figure stopped before a giant stone gate. The gate stood hundreds of meters tall. Countless symbols covered its surface. Most were faded, most were broken. Yet one sentence remained visible. The Observer gently touched the stone and whispered, "The final gate." The ruins trembled. Then silence returned. The Observer closed their eyes. Memories surfaced. A battlefield, a throne, a war, the birth of the systems. Then the memories vanished. Slowly, the Observer opened their eyes. Not much longer. Back in the Empire, the 6th day arrived. Leon's army had begun returning home. The war had effectively ended. Neither side wanted another battle, not while a 4th host existed, not while Heaven's Fall Mountain waited. General Han rode beside Leon. He remained silent. Then, finally asked, "Governor, what? Are we winning?" Then answered honestly, "I have no idea." General Han groaned. That answer was becoming increasingly common. Unfortunately, it was also increasingly accurate, because the game had become bigger than kingdoms, bigger than wars, bigger than empires. It was now about the systems, about the truth hidden behind them, and about whoever had created them. That night, the sky suddenly changed. A silver light appeared in the heavens. Everyone saw it. Farmers, soldiers, merchants, kings. A silver beam stretched across the sky, pointing toward the west, pointing toward a single location, Heaven's Fall Mountain. The entire world seemed to react. People fell to their knees. Some believed it was a divine sign. Others believed it was an omen. The hosts knew better. It was a summons impossible to ignore. Then, all three systems issued a new notification. Mandatory event triggered. Destination, Heaven's Fall Mountain. Reward, truth fragment. Failure penalty, unknown. Unknown. That word frightened them more than death, more than war, more than Tarkan. Because systems always quantified risk, always calculated outcomes, always explained consequences. Even they didn't know. Leon looked toward the western horizon, toward the silver light, toward the mountain waiting beyond the world. And for the first time in many years, he felt anticipation. Not for death, not for survival, for answers, real answers. The blue screen flickered, then displayed a final message. Truth fragment resonance detected. Current progress 2 out of 10. Next fragment nearby. Leon stared. Nearby? That meant Heaven's Fall Mountain contained at least one fragment. Perhaps more. The final pieces of the puzzle. The pieces that might explain everything. The pieces that might explain him. Far away, the observer stood atop the mountain peak, watching the silver beam rise into the heavens, watching fate converge, watching the final players approach. Then the observer smiled, because after countless centuries, the game was finally reaching its conclusion. H1, H2, Chapter 39, The Mountain of Truth. 3 days later, the world grew stranger. The silver light in the sky never faded. Day or night, rain or shine, the beam remained, pointing west, toward Heaven's Fall Mountain. Across the continent, countless people began traveling toward it. Scholars, monks, kings, warlords, most would never arrive. The mountain was not meant for ordinary people. It was calling for something else, something chosen, something trapped, a host. Leon arrived first, not because he traveled faster, because his system showed him shortcuts. Ancient roads hidden from ordinary eyes. Forgotten paths buried beneath forests. The journey that should have taken weeks took only 3 days, and now he stood at the foot of Heaven's Fall Mountain. The mountain was enormous, far larger than any mountain he had seen in 11 lives. Its peak disappeared beyond the clouds. Silver mist covered the slopes. Ancient stone stairs stretched upward. Thousands, perhaps millions, as though they led directly into heaven. Leon stared, then sighed. This looks troublesome. A familiar voice answered, Everything involving you is troublesome. The bandit king emerged from the mist. Leon nodded. Fair. The conqueror looked healthy again. The injuries from Tarkan's attack had mostly healed. System hosts recovered quickly, one of the many unfair advantages they possessed. Then, a third figure appeared. Tarkan, the war god, walked out of the fog. Black armor, golden eyes, crimson spear. The three hosts simply stared at one another. No armies, no soldiers, no kingdoms, just hosts. 3 prisoners. Then all 3 systems issued a notification. Location confirmed. Heaven's Fall Mountain. Truth trial initiated. The mountain trembled. Ancient bells echoed through the sky. Boong, boong. The sound seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere. Then, the silver mist parted. A massive stone gate appeared. Nobody had seen it before, because it hadn't existed, not until now. The gates slowly opened, and a voice emerged. The same voice Leon had heard beyond death. Ancient, endless, powerful. Enter. The three hosts exchanged glances, then walked forward. None hesitated, because after everything they had endured, turning back was impossible. The moment they crossed the gate, the world changed. The sky vanished. The mountain vanished. Reality itself vanished. They found themselves standing inside a vast silver plain. No horizon, no sun, no moon, only silver light. Then someone appeared, the observer, silver hair, silver robes, silver mask, standing alone, waiting for them. The three hosts instantly became alert, even Tarkin. None of them could sense the observer. It was as though the figure existed outside reality. The observer looked at them, then spoke. Welcome. Silence. Then Leon asked the question first. Who are you? The observer laughed softly, still asking the wrong question. Leon frowned. The observer raised a hand, and suddenly 3 silver screens appeared, one before each host. Unlike their systems, these screens contained no warnings, no missions, no rewards, only information. Host, Leon. Current cycle, 11. Previous cycles, restricted. Leon froze. Then he looked lower, and nearly stopped breathing. Total cycles completed, 3,482. Silence. Absolute silence. 3,482. Not 11, not 20. Thousands. The Bandit King's face had gone pale. His screen displayed similar numbers. Thousands. Even Tarkin looked shaken, for the first time. Then the observer spoke. You have all forgotten. The silver world trembled. You were never meant to remember. Leon's mind raced. 3,000 lives, 3,000 cycles, 3,000 deaths. How? Why? Then the observer revealed another truth. The systems were not created to help you. The silver plane darkened. They were created to contain you. A chill spread through the air. Contain. Not train. Not reward. Contain. The same word the administrator had implied. Prison. Then the observer slowly removed the silver mask, and the world froze. Leon froze. The Bandit King froze. Even Tarkin froze, because beneath the mask was a face they all recognized. Their own. The observer looked exactly like them. Exactly. As though all three were looking into a mirror. Then the observer smiled, and spoke the words that shattered everything. You are not different people. The silver plane cracked apart. The system screamed. Warning symbols exploded across the sky, and the observer finished the sentence. You are fragments of the same original soul. Silence. Then darkness consumed the world. H1, Chapter 40. The Original Soul. H2. Darkness. Darkness. Shock. P. The observer's words echoed endlessly. You are fragments of the same original soul. HR. Leon stood frozen. The Bandit King stood frozen. Tarkin stood frozen. For perhaps the first time in thousands of cycles. None of them knew what to say, because it was impossible. Completely impossible. Leon pointed at Tarkin. Him? The observer nodded. Then he pointed at the Bandit King. And him? Another nod. Leon looked offended. Absolutely not. The observer laughed. Even Tarkin looked insulted. The Bandit King simply sighed. Unfortunately, I think he's serious. The silver world trembled. Then the observer raised a hand. Look! The sky shattered, and memories appeared. Not one memory, millions, countless lives, Countless worlds, countless versions. A scholar, a king, a beggar, a warrior, a tyrant, a saint. All of them, the same soul, broken apart, scattered across eternity. Lian watched in stunned silence. Then he saw something else. The beginning. The very first memory. A world unlike any he had ever seen. Cities floating among the stars. Civilizations spanning entire galaxies. Technology beyond imagination. And at the center of it all, a single man. The original soul. The observer pointed toward him. That was you. The man looked ordinary. No divine aura. No overwhelming presence. Just a human. Yet every person in the vision treated him with reverence, respect, fear, hope. The observer's voice became quiet. He was called many names. The memory shifted. World after world appeared, each calling the man something different. The wanderer, the eternal one, the first traveler, the last dreamer. Then finally, one title remained, the architect. The silver world shook, even the systems reacted. Warning messages exploded across the sky. Forbidden data detected, forbidden data detected. The observer ignored them. The architect created the system network. Silence. Leon blinked. What? The observer nodded. The systems, the cycles, the reincarnations, the prison. All of it. The revelation struck like lightning. Tarkan's expression darkened. The Bandit King's hands clenched. And Leon simply stared. Because nothing made sense anymore. Why was he trapped inside it? The observer answered before anyone asked. Because he became too powerful. The silver world dimmed. He could cross realities. He could rewrite worlds. He could reshape existence itself. The observer looked toward the distant horizon. And eventually, he became a threat. A chill swept across the plain. Threat. Not to a kingdom, not to a world, to reality itself. The memories shifted again. A war appeared. Not a war between nations, a war between gods, between creators, between beings capable of shaping universes. The scale was unimaginable. Entire galaxies burned. Dimensions collapsed. Reality fractured. And at the center stood the architect, alone, fighting everyone. Then the vision ended. Silence returned. The observer spoke softly. They couldn't kill him. The three hosts listened. They couldn't erase him. The observer closed his eyes, so they broke him. The silver plane cracked. Millions of fragments appeared. Each fragment became a soul. Each soul became a host. Each host entered a cycle, an endless cycle, a prison designed to prevent the architect from becoming whole again. The truth settled over them. Heavy, terrifying, beautiful, horrifying. Leanne slowly spoke. The observer nodded. Our fragments, the Bandit King frowned. Then why do we remember different lives? The observer smiled. Because each fragment inherited different aspects. He pointed toward Tarkan. War. Then the Bandit King. Ambition. Then Leon. And paused. Longer than expected. Much longer. Finally he answered. Humanity. Silence. The words struck harder than any battle. Because deep down, Leon understood. Every life, every cycle, every failure, no matter how much he wanted to escape. He always protected people. Always. The observer continued. That is why you survived. The silver mask reappeared in his hand. You were the one fragment the systems could never control. Leanne suddenly remembered the administrator, the silver figure beyond death, the strange words, the concern. Then realization struck. You. The observer smiled. Yes. The administrator. The observer. The same being, the one watching from outside the prison, the one guiding them toward the truth. Then a deafening alarm erupted, not from the systems, from reality itself. The silver world shook violently. Cracks spread through the sky. The observer's expression changed. For the first time, fear, real fear. The hosts immediately noticed. Tarkin stepped forward. What happened? The observer looked upward, at the collapsing heavens, at the spreading cracks, at something approaching, something ancient, something powerful. Then he whispered, "They found us." The silver world exploded. The sky shattered. The system screamed. And through the broken heavens, a gigantic golden eye opened, watching, judging, awakening. Every system in existence displayed the same message. Prison integrity failure, jailer awakening. The observer's face turned pale, because the being beyond the prison, the being that had maintained the cycles for countless ages, had finally opened its eyes, and it was looking directly at Leon, the fragment called humanity, the fragment closest to becoming whole, the fragment that should never have remembered. The final chapter of Volume 1 had begun. Volume 1, complete.